The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:31. You may join today's meeting in person or join via Zoom webinar. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. We will now proceed with roll call.
Trustee Falcone. Student Trustee Falcone.
Present.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Present.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Present.
Trustee Meyer.
Present.
Trustee Perez.
Here.
Trustee Oden.
Present. We will now ask our student trustee Falcone to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Let us all stand, please.
To the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Pursuant to the Government Code 549-54.2, subdivision B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need of that action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Do we have any items? Then we move on to the confirmation. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for May 15th? Seeing none, the agenda stands as presented. We move on to public comments. Request to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular board agenda items. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to the District Administration's Procedure 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotted for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. In an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak to items regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the agenda will be available during item 21.01 on today's agenda. Jeff, are there any public comments?
Yes, we have a request from Caitlin Blank, Athletic Director, speaking to agenda item 4.04.
Okay. Please come forward.
That's so cool.
I'll let them get settled for a moment. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, trustees, Superintendent President Martinez Garcia, and Vice Presidents. In recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month, I want to begin by acknowledging the important role athletics plays in supporting student mental health, wellness, and belonging. Our athletic programs provide more than competition. They create environments where students develop resilience, confidence, connection, and purpose. The success we celebrate today reflects not only athletic achievement, but the positive culture and support systems surrounding our student athletes. This spring has been an outstanding season for College of the Desert athletics. Starting with baseball. The Roadrunners hosted the playoffs for only the second time in program history. Head coach Sam DiMatteo became the winningest coach in COD baseball history, a remarkable milestone for our program. The team secured its 5th consecutive playoff berth while also recording the most wins in a single season in program history, and the individual honors reflected this success. Coach DiMatteo was named Conference Coach of the Year, and Coach Reed Santos was voted Assistant Coach of the Year. From our athletes, Brandon Leone earned both Inland Empire Athletic Conference Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year honors. Javier Vasquez was recognized as the IEAC Pitching MVP. Defensively, COD received 2 Gold Glove Awards earned by Brandon Leone and Caden Durazo, along with 5 first-team All-Conference and 5 second-team All-Conference selections, highlighting the depth and excellence of this program. In addition, I didn't write this down, but the team is actually transferring on 19 sophomores to 4-year universities this year. Next, beach volleyball also received a historic success this season, our beach volleyball. The program earned its first ever California Community College Athletic Association Southern California Regional Playoff appearance and set a program record with 14 wins. Head coach Detlef Roth reached an impressive milestone of 50 career wins, and the pairs team of Jackie Leone and Sophia Callip were named first team All South Coast Conference. The team also secured its first victory over Irvine Valley, marking another significant step forward for this program. Third, our men's golf delivered one of the strongest seasons in recent history. So we have our golf here. They were crowned Southern California Regional Champions, earning the program's 9th regional title and first since 2011. Then in this past weekend, we hosted state playoffs. Roadrunners finished second at the 3C2A state championship, the program's highest finish since 2012. Head coach Tanner Bound was named Conference Coach of the Year, with 5 players earning all Orange Empire Conference recognitions. Braxton McDonald and St. John Armstrong were selected to the All-California team, and Mason Montgomery earned all Southern California honors and an outstanding representation of sustained excellence. And St. John is here. He also placed second at state out of 68 athletes this past weekend. Lastly, women's tennis continued to build momentum, building behind freshman standout Sophie Cordova from Palm Desert High School. Perfect. She earned both Pacific Coast Athletic Conference Player of the Year and Freshman of the Year honors. The program also sent 4 players to the prestigious Ojai tournament, showcasing the continued growth and competitiveness of this team. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the outstanding works of our athletic support staff, whose dedication makes these achievements possible every day. Our student athlete success is built on the commitment of athletic counselor Angel Meraz, athletic program assistant and eligibility specialist Lauren Robinson, and administrative assistant Natalie Holland, who ensure our students remain supported academically and operationally. We're equally grateful to the work of our equipment team, led by senior equipment manager Weetzi Montalvo and equipment manager Tahir Johnson, whose behind the scenes effort keep our programs running smoothly. Our story and accomplishments are shared through sports information specialist Brian Silva. There he is. While the health and well-being of our student athletes are supported daily by our athletic trainers, Valerie Calderon, Brenda Valdez-Nava, and Michael Guzman. Okay. Across all these programs, these accomplishments reflect the dedication of our coaches, staff, and student athletes. Just as importantly, they demonstrate how athletics supports the whole student, academically, socially, and emotionally, aligning directly with the district's commitment to student success and well-being. So I want to thank you all for your continued support of College of the Desert Athletics and for all of our student athletes and coaches.
We've received no other requests for public comment.
Thank you for that timely and great presentation. We really appreciate you sharing the information of the successes of our athletic department. We move on in our agenda to Item 4, public updates, employee appointments approved April 2026. President Martinez Garcia, please introduce this item.
You'd like to call on Vice President Terry Wilson to introduce the employee appointments?
Thank you. Good morning. If you are present here today and I announce your name, please stand up so we can recognize you. For the classified appointments, we have Yadira Arce, Secretary Upward Bound, Andy Canis, Custodian, DeAndre Kazi, Custodian, and for the faculty appointment, Kevin Dolan, Distance Education and Instructional Design Coordinator, temporary. And then we have a leadership appointment,
I'll
which,
do that
oh,
one.
which is me.
Kind of weird for you to introduce yourself, isn't it? And for our leadership appointment, Terry Wilson, Vice President of Human Resources and Employee Relations.
Yeah.
I think you're supposed to stand up, right? There you go.
I have to do what my boss says.
Wilson, and congratulations to our newest appointees. And thank you, President Martinez Garcia. 4.02, Faculty of the Year. President Martinez Garcia, please introduce this item.
Yes, I'd like to call Senate President Corbin Wall to recognize Monica Camargo, who's not here today. But President Corbin, Senate President Corbin Wall will introduce her.
Well, we could both be president. Okay, so today the Academic Senate is proud to recognize Monica Camargo as our 2026 Faculty of the Year. Each year, Senate asks faculty to nominate adjunct and full-time faculty members who demonstrate exemplary service to students, their discipline, the college, and the community. What makes this year especially remarkable is that Monica was nominated by 4 different colleagues. I've never seen this happen where they've received 4 different nominations. Typically, we receive a single nomination for an individual. Monica inspired 4 separate people to independently say, this is the person who represents the very best of College of the Desert. And perhaps most meaningfully, Monica was confirmed for this honor by her fellow faculty through a vote. The people who work alongside her every day overwhelmingly recognize the extraordinary care she brings to her work at College of the Desert. For nearly 3 decades, Monica has been a pillar of the nursing department. She has mentored new faculty, guided accreditation work, served in leadership roles, stepped in during times of uncertainty, and helped graduate hundreds of nurses who now care for people throughout our valley and beyond. Most of the faculty she mentors today were her students. Again and again, her nominators described her as the heart of the department, a steady presence during challenging times, someone who leads with compassion, wisdom, patience, and high standards. They spoke about the way she puts students first, supports her colleagues, and quietly carries an enormous amount of responsibility simply because she cares about the program and our students. At College of the Desert, we often talk about student success, service, and community impact. Monica Camargo embodies all of these values. Her work has shaped not only the nursing department, but the healthcare of our entire region through the generations of students she has taught and mentored. On behalf of the Academic Senate, congratulations to Monica Camargo, our 2026 Faculty of the Year. Yay.
Thank you, Corbin, and congratulations to Professor Camargo. To move on in our agenda to 4.03, Road Runner of the Year Student Choice Award. President Martinez Garcia, please facilitate this item.
Yes, I'd like to call on Student Trustee Juan Falcon to introduce Abraham Ramirez.
Thank you. It is my humble pleasure to introduce our first Road Runner of the Year. This year, the entire student body had the opportunity to nominate and vote for any employee at College of the Desert who has made a meaningful impact on their journey here. The votes are in, and by a significant majority, the students selected Dr. Abraham Ramirez, Professor of Ethnic Studies. Every student we spoke to would consistently share how much Dr. Ramirez has inspired them and how much they enjoy attending his class. His dedication, passion, and impact on students are truly appreciated. To help present this recognition, I would like to invite someone who has known Dr. Ramirez for many years, a childhood friend, to join us in honoring him. His name is Nick Mead, and he's the Vice President for Governance for the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., and has known him for a very long time. Went to La Quinta High School with them. They wrestled together. Not the same height, but, you know, getting there. So yeah, they can play the video.
Wait, what? What was that? They're giving away the inaugural College of the Desert Road Runner Award away to who? Not Oceana Collins, not Scott Cooper or Left or Carlos. They're giving it to Dr. Abraham Ramirez. Oh, you got to be kidding me. He hasn't even been a professor for like 2 semesters. What is that? We're live right now, right here. The College of the Desert Road Runner Award. The faculty, staff, student body all came together and they're honoring you, Dr. Abraham Ramirez, with the very first Roadrunner Award. I'm Nick Mead. I graduated from College of the Desert a few years back, which set me on a crash course for success in my professional career. But I want to talk a little bit about Abraham. Why? Because I've known him since he was a teenager, when he was like 3'4". Abraham and I wrestled together at La Quinta High School. And you see, he wasn't just another guy on the team. No, see, he was the very first student to ever go to the high school wrestling state finals in school history. When he went to college, he just didn't go to a standard university. No, Abraham went to the #1 ranked public university in the United States of America, Berkeley. So what? It took him 22 years to get his doctorate. The truth of the matter is, when he's in a classroom, he inspires students because he's been doing this his entire life. Abraham has lifted the standard to excellence. So I view you as a brother to me. I love you very much. And there's no one on the campus at College of the Desert that has earned the Roadrunner Award more than you. Congratulations, brother. I'm proud of you.
Want to come up, Abraham? Don't be shy.
Just stream of conscious. I especially appreciate this award because it's from the students, and I told Val and I told the committee that hired me. I said I'm coming with a lot of energy. I'm coming with everything that I got. I'm from here. I'm from Coachella, and it's personal. So it's been 2 years now. Today, so I'm completing my 2nd year, and I feel like I'm just doing my job, and this recognition, it means a lot because it just means that the plans that I do have moving forward are more. So I appreciate you, Juan. I appreciate all the students who voted for me, and I appreciate this board. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Inspector Ramirez. Thank you, and we'll now continue with the meeting. Item 4.04, Proclamation Mental Health Awareness Month. President Martinez Garcia, please introduce this item.
I'd like to call on Dean Carlos Maldonado to introduce our speakers.
Thank you very much, President Martinez Garcia. I'd like to invite Daniela Elia, the Assistant Director of Clinical Services, to the podium to introduce our student speaker today.
Thank you, Carlos. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, President Martinez Garcia, Exec Cabinet, and guests. So today I have the pleasure of I have the honor of introducing the reader for the Desert Community College District's proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month, Mr. Santiago Villanueva Torres. Santiago is a student leader at College of the Desert, majoring in sociology. He currently serves as a leader in the International Club and hopes to join the Associated Students as an independent senator in the fall. He was born and raised in the Coachella Valley and hopes to pursue a future career in counseling in college counseling for the college students. Santiago believes that becoming more involved in student leadership has given him access more opportunities to learn about the resources at the college and better serve the students at College of the Desert. Santiago is passionate about mental health awareness and knows that mental health challenges are an important factor that needs to be addressed for our students and our community at large. Please help me welcome to the dais Santiago Villanueva Torres.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning. So, I have to like lean down for this. Okay, okay.
There's a button.
Huh? Oh, right here. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. Finally, yes, there we go. All right. Good morning, everyone. Proclamation, Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed in the United States since 1949. And whereas in fall 2020, the National Suicide Hotline Designation Act was passed by Congress, establishing 988 as a three-digit mental health and suicidal crisis number available and accessible now. And whereas even before the pandemic, millions of Americans experiencing stress, trauma, anxiety, and heightened levels of depression, and COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated those conditions. And whereas, despite alarming data trends that show dramatic increase in cases of depression and suicide attempts, especially among women, less than half of Americans struggling with mental illness receive the care they need. Even fewer within minority and socioeconomically challenged communities. And whereas College of the Desert offers a number of no-cost mental health-related services to students, including confidential mental screening, health counseling, brief preventative intervention, evaluations, and screenings on campus and off-campus referrals for specialized services. And whereas the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District reminds everyone that we all have an important role to play in supporting our community members living with mental health conditions. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District hereby declares May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month at the Desert Community College District. The Board of Trustees encourages all the faculty, staff, and students to promote and join the observances throughout the Desert Community College District, city, state, and nation. Thank you.
And thank you.
I would like to present the board members with pins representing this Mental Health Awareness Month. I'll get you one later, all right? Thank you.
Thank you, Santiago. There are so many pressures on students. And when you combine the personal and interpersonal issues that they may encounter, mental health awareness is so very important. So I'm glad that we're taking time to recognize.
Chair, may I make may I have, thank you. I just want to thank the team. I've gone there several times. They're so extremely busy. I just want to make sure that our community, our faculty, our staff, everyone know that we are there for you, that safe place. We also have for our students something that we're so proud of, the timely care. It's a 24-hour mental health program. I just want to thank the team of your hard work for doing that. And I want to also thank, I know we have a wellness center now for the faculty. And Val, are we doing it for the students, that safe place? The safe place that we, thank you, for our students where they could just relax, our faculty where you could relax, our classified where you could just take that time. Thank you again for this.
And thank you, trustees Fulton. We move on in our agenda to item 5.01, approval of April 17, 2026 regular meeting. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of April 17th, 2026? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion, I have a second? A second. Roll call.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Abstain.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
If you can get back to me, thank you.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Abstain, just because I wasn't able to make it that day.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton.
I will abstain.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for a revote?
The motion will still carry.
Still carries?
Yeah,
That's what I was looking at, just making sure.
yeah. I thought you were sending me a message. Yeah, the motion will still carry. Because there were more yeses than nos. That's why.
Motion carried.
We move on in our agenda to
Actually,
reports.
excuse me, Mr. President, I need to interrupt. Under the Ed Code, the board may only act by a majority of the entire board. And if I counted correctly, we had more abstentions than votes.
Um,
3 abstentions and 2 yeses.
Chairman Oden?
Yes.
May I change my vote? Because, it's
I was,
parliamentarian.
Sure, if it's on advice of the attorney, I would revote. So start from the beginning.
Start. Thank you.
roll call, please.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman, trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Abstain for the reasons stated.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Now we move on in our agenda to the reports. At this time, we'll go into the board reports for policy, per board policy 2311. All reports shall be limited to 5 minutes each. Associated Students of College of the Desert, ASCOT. Senator Jonathan Garcia. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Board of the Trustees, President Val Martinez, staff executive team, and members of the public. I am presenting this report on behalf of ASCOT President. My name is Jonathan Garcia, and I am an independent senator. As we get close to the end of the semester year, ASCOT has worked hard to accomplish as much as possible. It never feels like it's enough time, but as a team, we are proud of what we have achieved and are hopeful for the next ASCOT team as we continue building momentum. We look forward to transitioning our knowledge, our experiences, and recommendations to the next student government leaders. We are confident that they will do great things and will continue support of our campus community. ASCOT elections have been completed, and we know many are eager to see the results, which should be announced soon. I would like to give a special shout out to the elections committee for working and promoting the elections, not only at Palm Desert campus, but also at several satellite campuses. They held meetings with candidates to review the rules, expectations, and guidelines for running for ASCOT, including campaigning procedures. Denim Day was a great experience as well. It was a powerful and moving event, and we would like to thank Myelina Benavides for inviting us to participate and supporting our peers, as well as members of the public who attended. Mental Health Day was also a great event. There was engaging activities, giveaways, and various resources around campus programs and outside organizations that supported students and community members in need. Again, we would like to thank Myelina Benavides for inviting ASCOT to be a part of these important events. I would also like to give a special thanks to the Commencement Task Force. They have been doing a tremendous amount of work to prepare for commencement and have been sharing important information through multiple channels every day. There are too many people involved to name individually, but I want to acknowledge their hard work, dedication, and commitment to making the commencement one of the best planned so far. Our final event of our final event of the semester, the Roadrunner Rodeo, was a success. The weather was definitely challenging, but despite the heat, many people still came out, participated, and had a great time. Dunking faculty, staff members, administrators was always a great hit. I will be honest, it took me a couple tries, but I was able to get Jonathan Gorgeous on the second try. So I still got it in me. The music was also great. Several clubs came and hosted activities. The tacos are even better than last year, and we received a lot of positive feedback. The only complaint was the weather. Next year, we do plan on submitting a work order with maintenance to see if they can make sure the weather doesn't exceed over 80 degrees. So hopefully they get that in time. To conclude, we are looking forward to the Student Senate retreat taking place in June. This will be an opportunity to meet with new ASCOT members and share what we have learned, provide recommendations, and wish them well as they begin their new leadership roles. A big shout out to all the graduates this year. We want to wish them well. You deserve it. Y sí se pudo. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. College of the Desert Foundation has submitted their report. College of the Desert Alumni Association. It is posted on the agenda. And the California Employees Association, CSEA, Omar Fimbres, to present the report. Good morning and welcome.
Before I get started with my report, I would like to ask for permission to distribute some blue ribbons for our representation of our CSEA week starting next week. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, President Superintendent Martinez Garcia, Board of Trustees, Vice Presidents, and guests. Today, I would like to introduce the newest member of our CSEA board, Ricardo Rocha. If your last name is in the H through O category, you know him as your payroll specialist. 11 years ago, he started in testing services, then moved over to the bursar's office, and after working at a class in payroll, found his permanent home there. He was recently elected as our CSEA treasurer. We are pleased to welcome him to our e-board. Okay. Here we are at the end of another school year, and we have a chance to reflect on all that has or will happen this month. CSEA held our annual spring party on May 1st. And we want to say thank you to all who attended this event to support our members. I hope the talk was what you asked for. Final exams will start next week. Transferring students were recognized with their transfer medal and enjoyed a lunch. Nursing students will be celebrated at a pinning ceremony next week as well. Public safety students will be recognized with a special ceremony. And our 2026 graduates will cross the stage to receive their diplomas, degrees, and certificates next week. Thank you all of our classified staff who made all these activities possible. Your dedication, encouragement, and support throughout the year made a daily difference in these students' lives. CACA has been busy with members reporting that they are being given assigned lunch and break times. In addition, they are being asked to drive back to their original building to stay in their work areas for lunch and breaks. Duty-free paid lunch and rest breaks are required within the state of California. It also states that leadership may not require you to remain on work premises during your rest and unpaid lunch breaks. As of 2012, leadership has an obligation to ensure breaks are made available. However, the actual taking rest and meal breaks is left to the employee. Leadership should not be monitoring where employees take a break and what they do on the break. CSCA will also like to remind the district that breaks and lunches are times for our members to step away from the phones, computers, and other staff members. We have breaks at work to combat fatigue, reduce stress, and improve mental and physical health. Regular breaks reset attention and prevent burnout. And we are at a time of the year when California's hot weather employees break requirements apply. Above 80 degrees, employers must provide shade and fresh, cool drinking water at no charge, located as close as possible to their work areas. Cool down areas. At least one cool down area must be available, kept below 82 degrees, shielded from direct sunlight, and large enough for all workers on rest breaks. Workers may take preventive cool down rest in these areas, and they must be monitored for heat illnesses, symptoms before returning to work. Cool down rest. Workers must be allowed and encouraged to take preventive cool down rest in the shade for at least 5 minutes whenever they feel the need. High heat over 95 degrees. Workers must take a 10-minute cool down break every 2 hours with clear reminders to drink water and rest. Additional measures such as work rest schedules, personal heat protective equipment, and cooling work areas may be required. Next week is CSEA week. The theme this year is Student Thrive where classified work. We will host a few events where we will recognize our members for all that they do on a daily basis. And next Friday, many of our members, including our June retirees, will be recognized at the annual year-end event in the Pollock Theater. On May 29th, we will have our final chapter meeting of the school year, where we will say a goodbye to our retirees as they transition to another phase in their lives. Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you. College of the Desert Adjunct Faculty Association CODA, there's no report. And College of the Desert Faculty Association COFA, no report. And we move on to the Academic Senate, Corbin Wild.
Right. As the semester comes to a close, Academic Senate has spent the spring doing what faculty do best, engaging in thoughtful conversations about teaching, learning, and the future of the college. This semester brought robust discussions surrounding artificial intelligence, the academic calendar, curriculum, educational policy, assessment, dual enrollment, and the changing needs of our students. These were not always easy conversations, but they were meaningful ones, grounded in faculty expertise and a shared commitment to academic quality and student success. Senate also had the privilege of recognizing several retiring faculty members with emeritus status. The statements honoring those faculty are included on today's agenda. Please read them. Some of them are funny. The English one in particular has a poem, which is, I think, the first for an emeritus statement. And together they tell the story of decades of service, mentorship, institutional memory, and care for our students. Their impact on College of the Desert will continue long after their retirement. And finally, with commencement just around the corner, congratulations to the graduating class of 2026. Commencement is one of the clearest reminders of why this institution exists and why this work matters. While our students prepare to begin new chapters, Senate too looks ahead toward the work still to come, continuing the ongoing effort of building, protecting, and strengthening the academic mission of College of the Desert. Thank you.
And thank you. Now we look at our governing board, Student Trustee Falcon.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to first let you know that I've been in contact with the student Brianna Mitchell. She was here and gave a public comment about 2 board meetings ago. So I've been in contact with her, submitted some information that she wanted to know about. So we're working on that. I also want to congratulate all the new employees. And I also want to talk a little bit about, I know that a lot of people don't know, well, they know the SSCCC, but they don't know a lot of the pros and cons about the SSCCC. The SSCCC receives half of student representation fee. We should receive $2 for every student for the student government. We only receive $1. They receive the other dollar. As a whole, the SSCCC receives $3 million a year from all 116 community colleges, just from student fees. However, their communication is, to say the least, not great. Transparency is not good. They don't provide us all the numbers, what they're spending money on. It's pretty bad. Professionalism needs to be improved as well. So when we went to General Assembly, this is the public comment that I gave. I was the first one in line, about 900 student leaders, and this was my public comment. Good afternoon, fellow student leaders. My name is Juan Falcon. I'm proud to represent College of the Desert. I want to begin by acknowledging the importance of the SSCCC. It is one of the strongest voices for community college students across California, and I truly appreciate the work that has been done by those who have stepped up to serve. But appreciation should never prevent honesty. And the truth is, we can do better, and we must do better. The students we represent deserve more than an average. They deserve more than excuses. They deserve more than inconsistency, poor communication, and leadership that only shows up when it's convenient. Mediocrity cannot continue to be the standard in spaces that are meant to advocate for students whose futures, opportunities, and voices depend on us doing the work well. Now, let me be clear. Not every region is the same. Not every leader is the same. I know there are people in this organization who care deeply and give this work everything they have. But leadership is not judged by only individual effort. We are judged by what we do together, by what we allow, and by what we fail to address. At the end of the day, we are seen as one team, one voice. And if communication between regional leadership and executive team is weak, if follow-up is inconsistent, if planning is poor, if favoritism is allowed to exist, that reflects on all of us. That is not acceptable, not here, not at this level, not anywhere. We also need to talk about transparency and accountability. Why all SSCCC meetings still not being recorded and provided to any member of the public? Why are we still having conversations about access and openness without fully committing ourselves to either? If we expect students to trust us, then we must be willing to show our work. Transparency is not optional, it's leadership. Accountability is not personal, it is part of the responsibility that comes with representation. I stand before you not as somebody claiming to be perfect and not as somebody pretending to have every answer. I do not. But what I do know is I can control the level of commitment that I bring to the role I accept. I can control how seriously I take my responsibility of representing students and I made intentional decisions to honor that responsibilities. I chose to take online classes, and only the minimum requires 6 units so I can fully dedicate myself to support my college, my team, our initiatives, and the students who trust me to lead. As president, student trustee, General Assembly delegate, I'm a member of 23 committees and chair of 5. I do not take work lightly. I do not say this to impress anyone. I say this because leadership requires sacrifice. It requires discipline. It requires honesty about whether you truly have the time, the capacity, and the commitment to serve effectively. And let me be clear, I do not expect everyone to operate at the same level or in the same way that I do. But I do expect every leader to meet the minimum standards of the role they choose to accept. Going beyond that is appreciated, meaning the basic responsibilities of your office is required. We must be more intentional when we run for positions of leadership. The roles are not titles to collect. They are not resume builders. They are not symbolic. They are responsibilities. And if someone is a full-time student involved in student government, working and balancing other major commitments, then we must ask the hard, necessary questions. Are they going to make the time to fully represent the students that we elect or appoint to serve? That question is not an attack. It is accountability. Because the truth is, delegates deserve full representation. Our college deserves leaders who represent, prepared, responsive, and willing to have difficult conversations. Students do not deserve the bare minimum from someone who wants the position but cannot fully carry the responsibility that comes with it. We have accomplished a lot together, and we should be proud of that. But progress should never make us comfortable with contentment. Respectfully, I say this to all of us, to all of us. Do not settle with mediocrity. Do not be satisfied with words alone. Look at actions, look at consistency, look at follow through, look at whether someone has truly demonstrated the courage, discipline, and time to serve with excellence. Because this work demands strong advocacy, we must demand better communication, we must demand transparency, we must demand respect, we must demand consistency, and we must demand leadership that leads by example. Our students are counting on us, our colleagues are counting on us, and history would judge us, but not by what we said we cared about, but by what we are willing to do to defend and outlive the students we represent. Thank you. And that was my public comment with SSCCC.
Thank you. Trustee Kinnaman.
Yes, thank you. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the significant progress being made on our major construction projects across the district, specifically at our Palm Desert, Cathedral City, and Palm Springs sites. Additionally, I want to recognize everyone's hard work and deep commitment to updating the critical infrastructure at our megathermal campus. Each of these vital projects directly complements and enhances the educational offerings we provide to the residents of Coachella Valley. Turning to our upcoming commencement, we are preparing to celebrate the incredible achievements of the class of 2026 graduates. I applaud all of your dedication and hard work in reaching this monumental milestone, and I wish each of you much success moving forward. I am deeply thankful to our dedicated support staff, our administrators, and our exemplary faculty who have worked tirelessly alongside our students to bring this success to fruition. And of course, we must acknowledge your families and friends whose support made this journey possible. To our graduates, please celebrate safely and take immense pride in your outstanding accomplishments. I know we are all proud of you and look forward to your future and what you're able to accomplish. That concludes my report.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
So first and foremost, it's about belonging. It's about finding your tribe here on campus. It's about finding your tribe as a faculty member, as an administrator, and finding your team. And I'm not going to read what I was going to write because I think it's so important. The college is a very special place. I've worked here and I know what it means when you have teams that we count on each other, faculty members, adjunct members, classified, VP administration. We're all a team here. All the work we do, nobody sees, but they do. You know how they do it? By our students. The mission is the students, is to serve, to make them, having attended several of the veteran ceremony, graduation. Most importantly, something dear to my heart, the undocumented celebration. I was in tears because of you, the staff, the classified, everyone, the counselors everywhere, our grounds that are clean. This is a safe haven. We're making a place where these students belong. We make a difference. You make a difference. So I want to thank you as we conclude this graduation. And remember, you make a difference. That's so important. And having our students in mind. So I attended the California League Conference on behalf of the Board of Trustees, alongside Trustee Meyer and Trustee Bettis. One of the workshops that I'm going to highlight, which I think it's so important, is eliminating the barriers when students apply to college. Currently, the Chancellor's office saw that CC Apply is not, students are being lost. And so they're going to change the name. It's no longer going to be CC Apply when they first go to college. The workshop that I went to, they said they're going to change the name and they're going to get rid of all those questions and eliminate the barriers so students can apply. So I was just so excited to hear how we're eliminating these barriers for the students and how that information is going to go to the 119 community colleges. So we have real-time data on our students that do apply. So I want to commend the Chancellor's office because we're eliminating barriers and those hundreds of questions so we could get more students to go to college. Very interesting. Also wanted to talk about the overwhelming support that I was just elected as co-chair of the California League's, our trustees, progressive caucus for the California Community College League Board of Trustees. We had our first meeting was standing room only of all the elected trustees throughout the state of California. I was so honored that there's the issues that we at College of the Desert are doing. We all care. We want safety. We want housing. We want affordability. We want this for our students. So I was just so deeply honored to be elected by my peers as the co-chair of the new Progressive Caucus. Something that I want to thank the league for publicly was how I was mentored by these wonderful trustees. I didn't know how to be a good trustee. I remember going to my first meeting and I didn't see anyone that looked like me. I hung out with all the student trustees because that's the people that I related to at the time when I first got elected. And these trustees that just got the awards at the conference mentored me and embraced me as a newly board of trustees. And it was really beautiful. The camaraderie and the support. Mentoring is so key. So as a classified as a VP, as in every role you play, president, everyone, we all need mentors. We all need people. So go out and get yourself a mentor. Mentor is everything in your profession and in what we do. Sorry, I got emotional on that one. I also attended our first ever State of Education, where our President Val Martinez spoke with other superintendents of the Coachella Valley. This was remarkable. This is how we are taking and aligning the pipeline of kids going to college. This was incredible. We talked about, I'm sure President Val Martinez will talk about that, but about our dual program. And it was just a wonderful to see us here in the Coachella Valley working together and all of you working with the K through 12, because it's you. Another important conference I attended along with Trustee Meyer and COD staff was um, the state of Cathedral City. I want to also thank Doug Redman and the team from the automotive department that also attended. And we were featured at the State of the Cathedral City about our automotive program in Cathedral City. So I was very happy to see that. It's been many years. I remember working on that. I also want to give a little shout out to all the performers, the talent of our musical department. I attended the annual symphonic band and the choir, the theater. I'm looking forward to Kiss Me, Kate. This takes time. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't. Okay, so I want to congratulate all the class of 2026. And most importantly, I know Trustee Meyer and I are on a committee on the president's evaluation, and we've been working very hard. Thank you so much for allowing me to talk.
And thank you, Trustee Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, fellow trustees, Student Trustee Falcone, Vice Presidents, Superintendent Martinez Garcia, and all those joining in person and online. This is the time of year I look forward to the most. Graduation season reminds us why we do this work. The caps, the gowns, the certificates representing discipline, sacrifice, and the determination our students bring to achieving their goals. To our graduates, congratulations. I look forward to celebrating with you at your ceremonies. To the students still on the path towards completion, stay focused, stay patient, and stay committed. You're already well on your way. The effort you invest now will pay dividends for the rest of your life. As an institution, we closed this year with significant accomplishments, academically, athletically, and operationally. The next year promises even more progress. This fall, we will open our newly renovated Math Sciences building. On August 29th, we'll host our first home football game in our new athletic complex. And in the spring, we'll open Roadrunner Motors in Cathedral City, I hope. Expanding our presence and strengthening our partnership with that community. With all this momentum, I want to challenge and encourage our administration and faculty to continue exploring innovative ways to serve our customers. Yes, they are our customers. And like any organization committed to excellence, we must listen to them. Today's students are already active learners shaped by technology and accustomed to flexible, adaptive learning environments. Our responsibility is to meet them where they are and integrate those learning behaviors into how we deliver education. Recently, several COD teams have been studying new models for learning environments. The key takeaway is clear: methodologies will evolve, and we must evolve with them. I am excited to support this work and help drive the innovation our students deserve. To our graduates, I wish you success in every step ahead. To our continuing students, our ongoing customers, know we are here to support your journey. Do not let yourself stand in your way. We have resources and we are committed to helping you reach your goals. All you need to do is ask. Remember, once a Roadrunner, always a Roadrunner. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Trustee Meyer. Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, because we have a long day, I'll be brief. First and foremost, I want to start off by apologizing for missing last month's meeting. I know Chip can relate to this. It's budget season right now, so that's been taking up a lot of my time. I'm happy that I was able to make it here today. I want to extend the congratulations to Professor Ramirez. I haven't had a chance to see you in action, but I've heard nothing but great things, and hopefully I'm able to check out one of your classes one of these days. Also want to congratulate our student athletes and our graduates and transfers for the year of 2026. You all are the bee's knees, the cat's pajamas, if you will. Keep work. I'm sure your family's extremely proud of you. We're extremely proud of you, and we're looking forward to seeing what it is that you do in your future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. And I too will be brief. started off this month very active, and then my body said, stop. And so I had to take a little time off, and I'm recovering, but I'm glad to be here today. So sometimes things start off one way, but they can change. Life changes. And we've experienced that right here on this dais. We started off with a student trustee that was doing an outstanding job, but then life changed. Her life changed, and which we had a chance to discuss it a little more, but then Trustee Falcon came. I just want to commend you on the outstanding job that you have done, not only in your life change, because it changed a lot of things for you as well, and how you manage your time and your studies. And yet you have maintained such a strong commitment to the college as a trustee and as a student. I applaud you. And we move on to our president superintendent.
Hello, Roadrunner family. Lots of events going on all over the place. Everywhere I turn, I feel like I'm going left or right or straight, up or down. I'm just kind of all over the place. There's so many great things going on. So I want to take a moment to say thank you to all the leadership, faculty, and of course, CSCA, specifically M&O, for helping to put all these events together, to setting up, taking down, and making sure all of these things happen. I really appreciate your time, effort, and attention. Also want to commend all the team that are out in the heat right now, going to make sure our campus looks beautiful and ensuring that everyone is safe and secure around the campuses. Thank you so much for all you do. Want to report to the board and the community. I had a meeting with Chancellor Wu from UCR this week, and we discussed how COD and UCR could communicate better and how we could do some partnerships more clearly, pathways specifically. We'll be holding a joint cabinet meeting this summer with UCR's leadership to discuss what that would look like. So first they've heard of it. So there you guys go. We have to clear your calendars. Also met with Cal State San Bernardino president and provost and team to discuss a couple of things. One of them was housing, how we could partner in that realm. And also what we did was we challenged ourselves to think bigger than housing, to consider what other partnerships make sense, pathways, clarification of pathways, and of course, most importantly, I think communication, to make sure that we are talking to each other about what each other is doing as we look to serve the entire valley. Also, let the board know that myself, Carlos D. Maldonado, Sarah Fry, and a community member will be going to present to the Board of Governors this Tuesday, the day after commencement. We'll be talking to the Board of Governors specifically about our call for the ability to apply for and retain a nursing degree a bachelor's of nursing degree. We feel it's very important for us to be able to be before the Board of Governors to make that case and talk about our partnerships here that we've developed in Coachella Valley. So thank you to everyone who's involved in that effort, specifically the chancellor and her invitation to us to present to them. Lastly, but not least, well, one more thing after that, but not least, I want to talk about bachelor degrees, specifically our effort to ask for a bachelor degree. It's not really an ask, it's really a demand that we are able to provide our students with equal access to educational opportunities in the form, in this case, of a bachelor's degree. Our call is a simple one. It's that we do not put systems before students. And I will let the board know recently our bachelor degree in casino and integrated resort management was held up, and it was held up because of duplication. Vice President Joy Cowden and her team met with Cal State San Bernardino, Palm Desert specifically, who called duplication on our degree. It was a collegial conversation, but I just wanted everyone to know it's not one that we are going to back away from. We are going to pursue our right, we believe, to be able to offer this degree for our students in our community, and not only this degree, but other degrees as well that we feel that are needed for this particular region. Lastly, commencement. Yes, Monday, the 18th at 6 p.m. in Acrisure Arena. I'd like the board to know that there are over 1,000 participants this year in commencement. I am already practicing my handshake. We're doing that a lot, and hug and whatever I need to do to celebrate our students. I'm so excited and so thankful to the task force, specifically the leadership of Dr. Maria Ayon. And I know it's not easy to put together a commencement, having done 9 myself, but one this large with this many moving parts, it's definitely a Herculean feat. And I want to make sure that she knows and the whole task force know that we support them and we are so thankful to them. And that ends my report.
Yeah.
Yeah, just remember that today's my last board meeting as trustee. So I just wanted to take a time to acknowledge everyone's support, not just the board of trustees, all the BPs, Carlos Maldonados, Jeff, Marbella. You've been very supportive, have made this job easy. I will miss being here, not just the food. No, it was an amazing experience. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful. And I know that the next student trustee is going to love this position. Thank you so much.
If I may, Mr. Chair. And with that said, actually, this is not your last board meeting. It's your last board meeting up on dais, but we're going to have you back to actually give you something. So that was kind of a surprise, going to be a surprise for you, but no, you blew it. So now you got to come back.
All right. Thank you. We move on in our agenda to the consent agenda. 7.01, a blanket motion, all consent items will be voted on in one motion. Any board member may request that any item be moved to an action item. Are there any requests to remove separately something from the consent agenda?
An item to an action item or an item, I have a BP, the BPs, would I have to singly pull them? The one I particularly want to pull, I just would like to table it. I would like our board to kind of look at it again and bring it to the next meeting. This is a board policy.
Not sure.
I have a,
It's a board pop.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for my fellow trustee.
Yes.
Is it a first or a second reading? If it's a first reading, we have time on that.
We do have time. I believe, if I may, we're doing 8.01. There's a 2365 BP 31. That's the first reading. I want to make sure. Am I clear on that?
Yes, it's a first reading and it will come back.
We will come back.
So between now and then, you would have time to give input in email to OTP and the chair
Okay.
regarding what your concerns are and or thoughts.
Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you.
But then we don't have any items that are being pulled from the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'd like a spot to make a comment on the whole of the consent agenda. I don't know where it fits in.
Get a comment.
I'm not pulling anything. So
After we have a motion and a second, then we can have a comment.
So the intent of the consent agenda is that it's routine items that are not intended to be debated. So there isn't a space.
Well, it's not a
Consent.
debate, just a comment.
okay. I understand. I got you.
Comment? Okay, we're good.
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second to approve the consent agenda. Roll call?
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton. Aye. Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
carries.
Okay, so we move on in our agenda to item 13, Human Resources, 1301, Employee Appointment, Vice President, Administrative Services. President Martinez Garcia, will you please?
So move.
Second.
I believe before we have a first and a second, we do have to do a readout. So we'll do, is that right, Carlos?
That is best, yes.
Okay. So with Vice President Wilson, will you please give us some context for this item?
Yes, it is recommended that the board approve the employment agreement for the Vice President of Administrative Services. This recommended action will approve the employment agreement for the Vice President of Administrative Services with annual salary from the leadership salary schedule as follows. Effective May 18th, 2026 through June 30th, 2029, range 15, column 10, $322,000, $322,144.20. The Vice President of Administrative Services shall receive a car allowance of $500 per month, as well as provisions for evaluation and fringe benefits comparable to other similar leadership employees.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the employment agreement for Vice President of Administrative Services as presented?
So move.
Have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Very well deserved. Happy that he's sticking around.
Very happy he's fitting in very well.
He's committed now, so now he can't go.
There we go.
I want you to know that.
No taking back.
Ready?
Yes.
Student Trustee Falcone,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Perez,
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
We move on in our agenda to item 1302, Amendment to Employment Agreement, Vice President. President Martinez Garcia, would you please introduce or facilitate this item?
Yes, I'll actually call on Vice President Wilson to give us context.
So the amended agreement includes the 12 general leave days that is typically given to vice presidents. So that is the amendment to the agenda, is to add the general leave days.
So move.
Okay, I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I want to commend our Superintendent President, Val Martinez Garcia, because I think that we've built a very strong executive cabinet. I appreciate the work that you all do, the diversity that you've brought to this dais, Superintendent, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with all of y'all.
Roll call.
Student Trustee Falcone,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton, Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Perez,
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
We move on in our agenda to item 1303, Public Employee Appointment. Dean of Enrollment Services, President Martinez Garcia, will you please facilitate this item?
I'd like to once again call on Vice President Wilson for further context.
It is recommended that the board approve the employment agreement for the Dean of Enrollment Services. This recommended action will approve the employment agreement for the Dean of Enrollment Services commencing from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 11, column 10, for an annual salary of $199,318 and 2.272 cents, as well as provisions for evaluation and fringe benefits comparable to other similar leadership employees.
Do I have a motion to approve this employment agreement for Dean of Enrollment Services as presented?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Student Trustee Falcone,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Perez,
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Item 13.04, Public Employee Appointment, Dean, Mathematics and Sciences. President Martinez Garcia, will you please facilitate this item?
Once again, Vice President Wilson, please.
It is recommended that the board approve the employment agreement for the Dean of Mathematics and Sciences. This recommended action will approve the employment agreement for the Dean of Mathematics and Sciences commencing from July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 11, column 10, for an annual salary of $199,318 and 20.272 cents, as well as provisions for evaluation and fringe benefits comparable to other similar leadership employees. Dr. Silvera is currently serving in an interim assignment as Dean of Educational Services and Planning through November 30th, 2027. This action does not change his current interim assignment. Rather, it ensures that his underlying contract position as Dean of Mathematics and Sciences remains active and in place when the interim assignment concludes.
Do I have a motion to approve the employment agreement for Dean of Mathematics and Sciences as presented?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Student Trustee Falcon.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thirteen oh six, Employee Appointments, Director of Education Center. President Martinez Garcia, will you please help? Get this item?
Skip the
1305.
1305, Assistant Dean of Career Technical Education.
Ah, yeah, sorry about that. The page is stuck together. 13.05, Public Employee Appointment, Assistant Dean of Career and Technical Education. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate this item?
Vice President Wilson.
It is recommended that the board approve the employment agreement for the Assistant Dean Career Technical Education. This recommended action will approve the employment agreement for the Assistant Dean Career Technical Education commencing from March 23rd, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with certificated leadership salary schedule placement at a range 9, column 8, for an annual salary of $157,349 and 6.652 cents, as well as provisions for evaluation and fringe benefits comparable to other similar leadership employees.
Do I have a motion to approve the employment agreement for Assistant Dean of Career and Technical Education as presented?
So move.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to commend, this position is so critical at this tenure, and thank you for taking on this role. Our career and technical education is super important for our workforce, and I'm looking forward to see the great things that will happen there. Thank you.
Any others? Roll call.
Student Trustee Falcon.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Now. Agenda item 1306, Public Employee Appointments, Director of Education Centers. President Martinez Garcia, would you please help facilitate this item?
And VP Wilson.
It is recommended that the board approve the employment agreements for the Director Education Centers. This recommended action will approve the employment agreements for the Director Education Centers commencing from July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with leadership salary schedule placement at a range 9, column 10, for an annual salary of $170,843 and 0.376 cents, as well as provisions for evaluation and fringe benefits comparable to other similar leadership employees. Dr. Atkins is currently serving in an interim assignment as Interim Executive Director of Bond Program and Facilities Planning through December 7, 2027. This action does not change his current interim assignment. It simply ensures that his underlying contract position remains active and in place upon the conclusion of the interim assignment. Dr. Enders is currently serving as the Interim Dean of Applied Sciences and Business through June 30th, 2026. This action does not change her current interim assignment, rather ensures that her underlying contract position remains active and available when the interim assignment ends.
So moved.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Falcone,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Carried.
13.07, Public Employee Appointment, Director, Student Success and Outreach. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate this item?
Vice President Wilson?
It is recommended that the board approve the employment agreement for the Director, Student Success and Outreach. This recommended action will approve the employment agreement for the Director, Student Success and Outreach commencing from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 9, column 10, for an annual salary of $170,843.376, as well as provisions for evaluation and fringe benefits comparable to other similar leadership employees. Katie Chartier is currently serving in an interim assignment as Interim Dean of Counseling Services through December 31st, 2026. This action does not change her interim assignment and ensures that her underlying contract position remains active and in place when the interim assignment concludes.
Do I have a motion to?
So moved.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just inform the board that these are interim assignments and that we are working actively to put out the permanent positions, that we hope to complete a lot of these permanent positions in the fall. So these positions will be coming back to you in one way or another in the spring as permanent assignments for hopefully other people or the same people. We're not sure yet. But we are actively solidifying our leadership team from executive cabinet down now. So now that we have a permanent cabinet, our focus now turns to making sure all of our deans are in a permanent status and our directors also.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. I'm reading the dates on here and they're really weird and don't line up. Does this mean she's not been under contract since December 31st?
For Katie Chartier,
Yes.
she's been under an interim contract as the
That's
dean,
what it says,
interim dean.
Interim Dean of Counseling Services through December 31st. But I see a gap from there to today. Oh, I'm reading the wrong year. My error.
All right. We'll accommodate you. Okay.
Student trustee Falcone,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay. Item 1308, approval of the updated 2024 through 2025 salary schedules and position listings classified leadership, foundation, and confidential employee groups. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate item 13.08?
Yes, Vice President Wilson, will you provide us some context?
Yes, so the schedules have been revised to include daily, monthly, and annual rates, and that's in accordance with CalPERS reporting requirements. There are no changes to the approved salary amounts. The updates are intended to ensure the salary schedules contain the required reporting format.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion?
Chair, I have a discussion. So I want to be very clear for the public. So we have, this includes classified, the leadership, and the foundation. So the foundation, I just want to be on record, are part of our employees of the College of the Desert. Am I reading that? And confidential employee group.
That is correct. Thank you. Mhm.
Any other discussion?
Student trustee Falcone,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, we move on in our agenda to item 13.09, approval of salary adjustment between the Desert Community College District and the Leadership Foundation and Confidential Employee Group. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Student trustee Falcone,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
We move on in our agenda to item 13.10, approval of salary adjustment between the Desert Community College District and the California School Employees Association, CSEA Employees Group. Do I have a motion to approve item 1310 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Student trustee Falcone,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Item 14, Administrative Services Budget Revisions. Do I have a motion to approve the 2025 through 2026 budget revisions as presented?
Moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Student trustee Falcone,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We move on in our agenda to item 1402, resolution number 051526-1 of the Board of Trustees of Jessup Community College District approving documentation for new markets tax credit financing transactions for the construction of the Palm Springs campus project and authorizing the execution of necessary documents and taking certain actions with respect thereto. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate this item?
I'd like to call on Vice President West to give us some context.
So as the board knows, we've done a couple of these new market tax credit deals with previous construction projects, and we're pleased to bring another one forward here for our Palm Springs Development Campus. We have folks here who have worked with you, familiar folks that are online to answer any questions you might have about this particular deal, which is a little different than ones we've done in the past. We've got some new members involved in it this time, but Beth Bergman, I believe, is on the line and able to answer any questions or discuss any items related to this.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
And have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to, having been on as the board subcommittee and working on these tax credits, what new nuances were put in? Because we've been following this and I just want to make sure.
So Beth, do you want to talk a little bit? Is Beth on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone.
Beth, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the differences this time compared to before with our new members that have joined us on this particular deal?
Well, I mean, in fact, it's pretty much the same structure. It's obviously a new project and a very exciting project. We're working with a new investor, but otherwise the game is pretty much the same. The players have changed in terms of there being a new investor. The CDEs that are involved, some of them have been on many of the deals that we've done before. So structurally, nothing is going to change. We will have the master capital lease and the sublease. And like Roadrunner, there will be no collateral in terms of a deed of trust, which is wonderful news. We call it an unsecured deal. So that's a big plus. And there are now a total of 4 CDEs involved as compared to Roadrunners, which was, I think it was 2. And as we all know from Indio before that, there were 7 involved. So that was huge. But otherwise, it's very similar to what we've done before. And it's been a very successful tool for bringing equity to the district. And I'm happy to answer any other questions that you all may have.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Can you explain the changes in the overall between when we had Roadrunner Motors and to this particular transaction? What changes have occurred in the market?
I don't think, market wise, I'm not like a whiz kid on the market changes, but the pricing worked out very favorably. And in fact, the reason we chose to use a new investor is because we got a greater return on the dollar and more equity at the end of the day for the district. So that was the reason we switched investors from US Bank, and on this deal, we're using Chase. But otherwise, the structure is really identical to what we did with Roadrunner and what we've done in the past.
If I can jump in, I think probably more to your question, Superintendent President Martinez Garcia, is with the overall project budget of Roadrunner Motors, the percentage and resources that we got back as part of New Market was a greater percentage than Palm Springs Development. I think many of us going in thought with a much larger project in the Palm Springs Development project that there might be a larger market. Changes, as you know, have occurred within kind of federal government. And some of the key pieces that previously were highlights in our previous projects have been removed and stripped from those deals kind of going forward and aren't incentives like they were in the past. So I think that change where the overall percentage is a smaller, I think, percentage and resources that we're going to get this time versus maybe the larger time at Roadrunner Motors.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead, whenever you're done.
Go ahead.
I would like maybe in a future agenda item, a little longer. We did receive it in our board packets, but I just want to be very clear on the new investors and the tax credits. We've done a phenomenal job so far, and I'm just concerned. I mean, I just want a little more. I'm looking at bridge loan. I just have some more questions, and I would love to have an in-depth presentation to the board on this. I think it's wonderful, but it's so important, these tax credits for the college and the district.
We can definitely do a follow-up for you.
Thank you.
And I think one of the things that would make the follow-up helpful is we're still early on. We don't have draft documents to share with you yet. We will if there is a future meeting and questions along those lines. We're happy to address them, as Chip just said.
And I think what makes this a little different than what you've seen in the past is, again, we have Chase that's now new to it. So we've attached the previous documents before because we've worked with the same US Bank each time. So what you've seen is the previous documents from the previous deal, and we've had US Bank. So it's just been consistent and rolled it forward. Now that Chase is new, we haven't submitted those documents because Chase has new documents. So we can't submit the US Bank documents before it's a new process. It's a little different here, nuance this time, just because we've changed. Beth, anything correct, right?
That's right. And the bridge or the one-day loan, I can tell you now, we don't have the document yet, but it is very, very standard in the industry. And in fact, the loan isn't even a day, it's momentary. And that's to fund the difference from reimbursements. And we can talk about that more when we have the documents and if you'd like at an upcoming meeting.
Thank you. I would.
For that.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you. And for the record, either Superintendent President or VP West, are these unrestricted dollars, restricted dollars? Do they go back to the general fund? What is our plan to use these dollars for, and how long will it take us to leverage these dollars?
They're unrestricted. It's resources that come into the college. It does take time. There's a window that's embedded in as we finalize kind of the deal and the documents going forward. So that'll become clear. But they definitely go into a separate pot, separate from the general fund. So as new initiatives come forward for us to fund, as there's funding streams that we want to kind of maybe go into some new initiatives, either at a specific site or programmatically across the college and across the district, we have that flexibility to be able to do that and leverage these funds accordingly, which is really great.
I have two questions. Number one, is it been put in our budget ahead of time? Or it's not in our budget yet?
It's not in your budget, Ed. No, it's not in the budget yet.
And secondly, why the change of banks?
Chase brought forward and brought money to the table for us and actually gave us, I think it's about $500,000 more, Beth. Was that the number?
That's right. That was the exact reason for the change.
We had a robust discussion. We had a great relationship with US Bank, and they had done great work for us, but Chase brought about $500,000 to the table. So we thought we would go with somebody new and we have a little bit of changes in our operations. It's been a little bit more work to kind of get them up, and we haven't had the same dance partner. So we have a new dance partner now where we're learning some steps together, but it was worth it.
And just to be utterly redundant, Chase is very well known in the marketplace. Chase and US Bank are probably the leading tax credit investors. We've worked with them endlessly. They're wonderful to work with. And as I said, the bridge loan is a standard piece in tax credit deals. It's nothing unusual.
Mr. Chair, may I make one final
Yeah,
comment?
go ahead.
I really want to commend our executive cabinet on this, but also Dr. Kinnaman, because he brought this years ago in 2014 when we were going in India, and it was completely visionary at the time. And I don't think that there's any other community college district in the state of California that has accomplished a feat like this, especially 3 times. So I would like us potentially look into perhaps doing a presentation at one of our conferences in the future to see how it is that other colleges may be able to do and emulate something similar.
Okay.
I want to say also during that, I was there during that time when President Kinman brought forth that. And I concur with Trustee Perez that this was the best tech. It's unheard of. So I was just concerned that we're changing banks because we're in a good, we're in a good position. So I'm like, we're doing it great. Why change if the dance and the dancer is
Right.
great? That was just my concern.
Well, the reason why is $500,000. That's the only reason why.
Thank you. But I agree.
Better dancer.
What a better dancer, huh? But thank you.
All right.
Sure.
Oh,
Student Trustee Falcon,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Absolutely, yes.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
aye.
Motion carried.
All right. Item 1403, resolution number 51526-2 of the Jesuit Community College District Board of Trustees, authorization of approval of change orders for the Palm Springs Development Project. President Martinez Garcia, would you please provide context for this item?
I'd like to call on Vice President West.
Again, there's a larger kind of explanation of this change order, but in short, best contracting change order has been submitted to you for board action via resolution. It captures all of the changes that we have that were required by DSA for the project. The remaining ones, all necessary funds are already included and contained within the existing program budget of $405.7 million. So no additional funds are needed for this change order.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? So these changes were made by or requested by DSA.
Correct. Yeah, as you know, we were on a tight timeline. We had to move and proceed to keep on to our schedule. So normally you wait until everything is done and you get it back from DSA before you're going out to bid. We didn't want to lose time, and so went out to bid for some of the work, knowing that there might be changes from DSA. Those changes have since come in, and now we're proceeding with those changes.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student Trustee Falcon,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Moving on in our agenda to item 1404, resolution number 51526-3, authorized signatures. Do I have a motion to approve 1404 as presented?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I do. I now have the two Martinez's straight, so I'm good.
And just for the record, there's only one Val though. Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll take the vow for the roll call.
Student Trustee Falcon,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Item 14.05, notice of intent award of a general contractor services for the athletic stadium and field project. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate this item?
I'd like to call on Vice President West for further context.
Yes, all the details are included within your packets, kind of describing as we know, the athletic stadium project going forward, and this is the intent to award those services. Happy to answer any particular questions.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second? A second? Any discussion?
Yes. Chip, could you discuss the bid process? I think the public would appreciate that because I'm the liaison to the bond project. So I would love the public to hear how that process is fair and equitable. And just very shortly on what, if you may.
Sure. We had, as you know, Trustee Sanchez Fulton, this past week, we had our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee meeting. And as part of that meeting, we had a really great presentation on our bidding process. Robert Rauscher from Moss was able to kind of present to our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee that process going forward. We have a transparent process that they facilitate for all of our construction projects going out to bid. There's a number of rules that we must follow as we go forward in terms of how we notify, even notifying in newspapers. People don't really read newspapers as much anymore, so we go out even beyond that and make sure that those notifications go broadly and connecting to multiple industry partners and standards throughout their region. And they facilitate a process that's a very structured process, including site walks. There's a process in terms of how we receive questions and how those questions then go back out to all vendors, depending on what it is. Even if you didn't ask the question, everyone gets the same answers. And it's a very structured and rigid process that we go forward for every single construction project that we do and site walks to the end. There's a deadline, obviously, to receive bids. And those bids are opened in a public forum, and we outline kind of what those costs are in that moment, and then our team goes back and looks at making sure to reconcile that though it's not only the cost, but that the vendor is qualified to perform the work, and making sure that those two items are coincide. And before we make a final selection, price is important, especially in multiple prime contract and stuff. So that is the major area that we look at, but we do look at qualifications of our vendors as well. Again, all very regimented process, and ultimately then make a selection and move forward on our due diligence and bringing it here to the board for contract and review. We look at a variety of considerations when we're working with vendors. And we want to have a partnership because we know that these facilities and spaces will be here and people will be living with them for decades, if not half centuries to come. So we want them to be right.
The question I asked, as I always do, are they local vendors? Are they equitable vendors? So could you present what you present?
Yes, we do look at all standards. Again, price is the most important consideration as we go forward, but we do try and reach out to local vendors. We look at women-owned businesses. We look at minority-owned businesses and make sure that when we're soliciting for our various projects that we are casting a wide net. We look at those vendors that have worked with us in the past, but also look very keenly at new industry partners that we can maybe partner with going forward. And so there's very broad outreach to multiple vendors throughout the Coachella Valley and beyond.
So I want to thank Chip for doing that. And also we, College of the Desert, attended last month, the vendor fair for government contracts. We were there making sure that we're explaining the process to get RFP to potential vendors and new vendors that want to apply. So just for the record, Chip, if a new vendor wants to apply, where do they go? Just to streamline the process.
Sure. If they're interested in working here in construction, our Moss team, they would be the folks to reach out to. They keep a master list and are, even before we have projects that are going forward, they reach out and are creating lists of folks that we can work with. So I would highly recommend them kind of reaching out to Robert Rauscher and Leo Rosas over at our bond offices. And they can always reach out to myself as well, and I can make contact with folks if they're interested in working here at College of the Desert.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Fulton.
Chair, I have a question for Dr. West. This landscape work, it's not part of the original bid for the athletic stadium, and where and what is it doing? for it.
So one of the things I've joked with our team here and coming on board, that it's always great when you're building a project of any kind, that you get to come in step 1 and you get all the way to step 10. I unfortunately have come in at step 6. So step 1 through 5, I really don't have a lot of control over. But one of the things I noticed at step 6 is that all of the landscape work for the entire stadium project was taken out of the stadium. So you were going to have a field and not one tree, not one bench, not one flower anywhere around outside of that field. And I didn't think that that was going to be really a great showpiece that we wanted it to be. So we looked at the budget internally and were able to kind of move some things around. And key to that was to add basically all of the landscape thing was stripped out back in. So you'll already see now some trees that are going in there that are at the front entry. None of that was included in the project. And so I will say there are some things that happened in 1 through 5 that I've not been able to resolve. And so I've committed to Caitlin and our athletics program that we're going to go back over time and try and resolve those items. But at least with the landscaping, we were able to do it. And because it exceeded the 10%, that's why it's come to you. We couldn't embed it in a change order. We had to award it separately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Now we move on to information items. No action is required from the board.
Mr. Chair, you're missing number 15, action instruction. 15.01.
Yeah, okay, I'm following my script. Sorry about that. Action item instruction 1501. Academic calendar 2027 to 2028. You'll have a motion to approve item 1501 as presented.
So moved. Second.
And a second, any discussion? Roll call.
Student trustee Falcon,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
All right,
Motion carried.
now we're into information. Board of Trustees Accreditation. President Martinez Garcia, would you please help us facilitate this item?
I'd like to call on VP Cowden to provide us an update.
Perfect, thank you. So as you guys know, we submitted our midterm report and we had not midterm, I'm sorry. I'm already thinking ahead. We submitted our follow-up report and we had our follow-up site visit. So that is gonna go to the ACC-JC board meeting on June 3rd. And then Corbin, while the Academic Senate President and I have talked about starting to look at kind of our processes to get ready for our next, because we'll be on the new accreditation standards. So we have some time set this summer where we're going to just kind of start looking at that so that we're prepared, because the midterm report is going to come up fairly quickly, as Melanie reminded me in our ACC-JC site visit. So we're looking forward to that.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Item 17, Superintendent President, 1701, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 5, Administrative Procedures.
Yes, these APs are being presented to the board for information. If there are any questions, we could entertain those.
Any questions?
I like some of the changes I've seen.
Okay. Item 18, Administrative Services, 1801, 2025, 2026, CCSFS, 311 for the quarterly financial status report, third quarter.
VP West can answer any questions if the board has anything to inquire about.
Yes, I do. I was recently at a conference and sat through a meeting about the upcoming legislative happening in Sacramento regarding budgets and especially unrestricted funds. So with that knowledge, I scrubbed this and I found if this Senate bill passes, we'll still be in compliance and there'll be no issues for us at this point. I shared this information through the president's office and with Dr. West, and I hope they concur with me. If they don't, let's talk.
Any others? Move on to item 19, information instruction, 1901. 2026 NASA Community College Aerospace Scholars, NCAS, final report. President Martinez Garcia.
Yeah, before I call on Vice President Cowden to help introduce our presenters, I first want to acknowledge Dr. Jorge Perez for his leadership, his commitment to students, and his enthusiasm, his passion, and I could go on and on and on about the amazing work that he does every single day with our students. And I just want to say publicly, thank you so much for all you do. Vice President Cowden.
Thank you, President Martinez Garcia. So I'd like to introduce Jorge Perez and Lake Donna Blanton, both math faculty, to present, and we've got some of the green, blue, and red team. I did have the pleasure of getting to introduce them and watch their competition, and it was really amazing. So I'm excited for this presentation.
So I'll sort of go over the overview of the pictures that you're going to see. Obviously, the stars here are the students. Questions for the students will be great. I'm happy to answer any questions. Professor Blanton will be happy to answer any questions. All the pictures that you'll see are from our students on our event in January. Unlike last time, we had full control of the budget this time. NASA had a lot of the control of the budget last time we presented. So you're going to see a lot of differences, especially how many students applied and how many students participated. Okay, so the event took place from January 12th to January 16th. You got it, thanks. And as a reminder, the program goals, the main thing is to expose students to NASA expectations, the directives, what is it like to work at a NASA mission. Essentially, the 4 different teams, we don't have anyone from Gold Team today, but the 4 different teams were competing for a NASA contract. And they were supposed to create an autonomous rover. And they had 2 competitions. Now, in each competition, they had different tasks. And the competitions were supposed to simulate them being or the rover being in Mars. Okay. Now, one thing to mention, just to see how great they did, they didn't have the equipment until the first day we met. So within 24 hours, you'll see the first competition comes. That means they had to work. They had the equipment to work with for 24 hours, and they had to make a rover work. Right. So just as a kind of context as to how hard they worked. Another important thing was to emphasize the importance of soft skills. So talking to people, talking to folks, networking. We are required by NASA to tour a 4-year institution, and we are required by NASA to tour a local STEM facility.
Interesting.
And NASA centers do not count. So we cannot go to a NASA center, even though we have JPL, Armstrong Flight Research Center. So you'll see where we went, which I thought was pretty cool. And obviously inspire the students to innovate, right? And to see themselves in NASA. So the application process must be a US citizen. That was a really big discussion about this. I'll keep it short. The current state with the federal government, we did not want to risk any of our students. So we just said, you must be a US citizen. We didn't want to risk our students, obviously. We didn't want to risk the partnership. We didn't want to get NASA in trouble, even though in theory, we could have funded non-US citizens. But the negative ramifications that could have happened, right, from having one of our students detained when we went on a field trip, or negative ramifications from the federal government towards NASA, we didn't want to endanger our partnerships, and then most definitely not our students. It was a tough decision to make, but that was the rationale behind making that decision. Students must have at least 3 STEM related classes. STEM is really broad for NASA. So if you are in agricultural sciences, obviously that counts. Even if you're like in audio engineering in the music department, that definitely counts. So STEM is very broad, not just the sort of the traditional STEM. No GPA requirement. All majors are welcome. And we had 74 students apply. We had a cap of 40 students. We raised the cap to 44. So we had to sort of turn away 30 students. And the promise to them was, if we do it again next year, those students who were turned away will get sort of first priority. So the 74, I want to bring it up because we do have, the Coachella Valley does have the interest and the potential to do these amazing things. And so there's proof right there. We didn't even promote it that much, right, Donna? we just had to put it out there and let it sort of go by itself, and we got that much. So had we turned on the wheels of going to the classrooms, easily we could have reached 100, 150 maybe. Okay. Oh, towards the. Right up here. Oh, right here? Not going? No, it's not going. Manually made? Oh, hold on. It's all good. There we go. Got it. Thanks. All right, so I'll walk you through the different days. So from the 12th to the 16th of January, so day one, we had Vice President Coden come to talk to us, and the president in the introduction, Director Jessica Van Beers. By the way, everything happened in the India campus, right? So we were sort of out there. It worked out really great. It was actually pretty cool. The first day, students didn't really know each other. They might have known each other from having each other in class. We purposely separated the groups so that friends were not together. And so they got to know each other. They wrote team norms, which essentially is how each team was going to perform, right? So communication, hard work, honesty. We went over NASA's expectations, the rules of the competitions, and then team time, which meant they actually had time to work with their rovers and the materials that they had. And NASA is very big on food. You can ask the students. We had a lot of food at every time, right? Not only did we have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but NASA is very adamant about snacks. So students should never at any point feel hungry. And so we had a lot of food. And if you went by there, you know we had a lot of food. We got to feed most of the India campus too, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, a lot of food. And the students can tell you all about that. So one of the things that's really cool is the community that we formed. So one of the requirements for each team is to have a mentor. So Matt Garcia, Fatima Pantoja, and Ana Gomez are actually former CUD students, and now they are engineers. So it was cool to bring them back. Bella Celedon, she's not a CUD student, but she's a student from the Valley. She went to Shadow Hills High School, and she's now an engineer, civil engineer. And then Albert Dunning, you might recognize the last name. He was not a CUD student, but he is the husband of Jen, our librarian. Okay, so we had the community come together, and these were the folks mentoring our different teams. Okay, so the day one, they got to meet them. Aside from mentors, they had speakers, and two of the speakers are actually former CUD students. Lino Valdovinos, which is listed here. He was actually one of my students in 2015, and he has his master's degree in computer science. He is CEO, or he developed two AI companies, and that's what he's doing now after working with the Navy for like 5 years. So he got to share his story. He's from Jalisco, same state where I'm from. And so him being from Mexico, him being a CUD student, him going through bachelor's and engineering and master's, bringing together sort of the community, right? So very inspiring for our students. We had our competition once, so you can see some of the pictures of the process, the different rovers. Unfortunately, the rovers were taken down, so we don't have any of them to show you, but we can have the pictures. And at the end of the day, we'll have a debrief. In other words, what you learn, tell us what's happening, right, and different topics. And then, did I skip that? Oh, day two, yeah. And so these are some pictures from the competition. I try to kind of highlight each one of the teams. Competition one, you have to identify minerals, which are these pieces of tape. So you have these sensors, these color sensors that you have to make the rover detect, right, these pieces of tape. And then you have to literally retrieve some rocks. So you have to construct a robotic arm to your rover that has to bring back rocks. Some of the folks in the community, Professor Garrity was there to help with the judging. I think a few other folks were there as well. Professor Cruz was there. And so once again, community coming together to see the progress of the students. So by this point, remember, the students only had 24 hours with the rovers, right? So they all had a working rover by now, okay? Day three, we took a break. On day three, we went to Riverside. I don't know if you know this, but Riverside has an aerospace company, which I didn't know until last year. It's really big. I went to Riverside for school. I didn't even know that existed. So Collins Aerospace, they were super kind to us. All of this is located in Riverside. The students got to tour the facilities. Obviously, we have our coats. We got to see a lot of the machinery working. And they explained to us a lot of the work that they do, internships, a future job for the students. They sort of explained the whole process. From there, it was a quick trip to UC Riverside. Now, UC Riverside treated us super, super nicely. We had about 46 students in that room, 44 students in that room, plus chaperones. They set up a student panel, a transfer student panel, and then 4 out of the 5 were former COD students.
Wow.
So again, community coming together. I think there's a picture up there. The guy in the middle is the only one that was not a COD student. The other four, 2 and 2, they're all former COD students. And 2 of them were NCAS alumni. So they did NCAS 2 years ago. Okay. Aside from that, they put together a panel of professors. So Dr. Neftali on the right was particularly popular. He's a computer scientist, grew up in Mexico, lived in Mexico. Students had a lot of questions for both of them, but in particular for Dr. Neftali. And then we got to tour some of the engineering labs at UCR. UCR has grown a lot since I was there, so I was very surprised. But I think students, similarly to our high school students, where they say, COD, right? And they may not even look at what we're offering. Sometimes I think UCR is overlooked for the same sort of reasons. So I think the students were very pleased to see all the cool things that UCR has to offer. And at the very least, their choice of school was a little more difficult, right? Because now they saw what they had here at UC Riverside. And obviously they're welcome to go wherever they want, but we just want to make sure to expose them to this. And so we took all day, we took a picture. Now I really like this picture. Just by looking at it, you can see how diverse the group, the NCAS group was, right? And we had 43 students. Now that we had full control of the budget, before we had to go through a lot of different steps when NASA was sort of controlling the whole thing, and we would have 6 or 7 students finish the project. And so once they handed over the control to the community colleges, you can see the result, right? So 43 students plus 3 chaperones. And then some of the kids in that picture actually are former COD students who happened to know we were there. So they got in the picture. So they're actually studying at UCR now. Okay, so. All right, so back to work, day 4. This is the last day where they can work with the rovers. Again, this about 72 hours with their working rovers, and they have competition too. Every team did way better in competition 2. They did well in competition 1, but the level of the increment of how well they did, it's always exponential, right? So the teams did amazing. You can see some trigonometry in that whiteboard there. Here, the picture in the middle, it's kind of interesting. So the gentleman with the gray shirt, he's actually from a different team, helping gold team. So at the end, we sort of just became this big old family. It wasn't even about who's going to win or who's going to lose. It was just about we're all in this together. Let's just make the best out of it. And lower right, we had some interpretive dance. So we had some competitions for some bonus points or bonus money. And then we have red team working on the top right. The speaker that day was Grecia Paola Siena Gutierrez. You may remember her. She transferred to UCSD 3 years ago. She got the Jack Cook Scholarship. She's doing really well. She's graduating this quarter. And she came back to talk to her students. So once again, community coming back together. Right? And so we're closing the loop. Competition 2 was super fun, as you can see with the pictures. Even Professor Garrity was enjoying it here in the middle picture. Everybody did great. What happens with competition 2 is competition 1, they get to see the mats. They get to see what they have to do. Competition 2, they do not. So they've never seen this course. And even though they've never seen it, they had a working rover, they were presented with a challenge that they never encountered. Everybody outperformed their versions from day 1. So it's kind of cool to see, right? Very powerful to see how much they've improved. And day 5 is dedicated to presentations. Again, VP Calvin was there to help us out with some of the scoring. NASA headquarters from Washington, DC. They linked up through Zoom and they had a chat with our students. So Alicia Baturoni Cortez, Al Bowers, former chief scientist of NASA Armstrong, was there to talk to the students about aeronautics. And then we presented the awards, winning team and the MVPs for each team. So the mentors get to choose one person from each team, which is usually very difficult, right? And some people straight up said, this is not fair. But if I have to choose one person, this is one of them. So we had MVPs for each team, and then we had a winning team. And then more pictures of the presentations. And these are the different teams. I'll say some about the teams if you sort of look, especially the two teams at the top. So we had 13 female students who apply. And so 13 out of 44. And so what we did with the teams, we didn't want to spread them out equally because then we would be reinforcing the fact that women right now at this point are minority in STEM. So if we were to, the logical thing would be to spread them out equally, but then it would be like 2 or 3 per team, right? So what we did was we set up 2 teams with mostly women and then a few dudes, and then 2 teams with just all guys. Make of this what you wish. The 2 top teams were the 2 top teams with the ladies, right? But NASA was very interested in that sort of assortment, right? And sort of a reasoning for the assortment. So they were really, really happy to see the level of, at what level were we thinking in terms of teams and how we were setting this up. And so these are teams. And so some of the representatives from each team are here. Some of them aren't here because they have class, right? So they have finals in class. So these are some statements from the students. I think you have a copy of this, so I won't necessarily read them, but they're very positive. One of the biggest things is how much the students learn to believe in themselves, right? So that's probably one of the most powerful things that you can hear from a program like this. And it's always great to see that, right? So at the beginning, maybe they don't even think they belong at NASA. Maybe they think they don't, and then by the end of this, they can see themselves at NASA, right? And so, you have a copy of this, so I won't read them. And then obviously, once again, community, a lot of people came together. The students that you see on the right, those are all former students that helped at UC Riverside, or we happened to see them at UC Riverside. The India campus was amazing, right? Everybody from, the janitors, the security guards, the ladies at the front desk, to all the way to the top. Everybody was super cool. Yeah, so. And then these are some folks that we worked with in the past. Either we worked with them today or we worked with in the past. So we're just sort of building these bridges as we go. Yeah, so there's that, more community. And then these are pictures from the past years. So we've done this for 6 years. Just as a reminder, we were the first community college to do it in the nation period, 2019. And so since then, we've only not done it in 2025. That was a budget thing. So they were sort of readjusting their budget. And so we did it in 2026. Cool. And then, so what did we have to deliver to NASA? So summer internships, we emphasized a lot of summer internships for the students. A lot of them got some pretty cool ones. We have at least one person here who got a really cool one in San Diego. So far, we've helped over 100 students get this experience throughout the 6 years. A donation was made at the end of this program, January 16, of $7,500 for one of the donors through the foundation. And NASA is really big on self-sustaining STEM ecosystems, right? Which is why they want everything to be local. So I think with Riverside and Collins Aerospace, we're in the right track for that. And so these are pictures from the years. Do I have a laser? No. Did you see the guy doing the peace sign there? So Jonathan. So Jonathan, just a few days ago, we got a press release. He got the Jack Kent Cooke Scholarship. So that's $55,000 a year for at least 2 years, 3 years max, I think, for any school he wants to go to.
Wonderful.
And so he was part of NCAS. I'm not saying because he was part of NCAS, that's why he got it, But, he was part of NCAS in 2024. That's it. So this program definitely makes a difference. So this is what we did. This is sort of what we had as a timeline, as a pipeline. 2025, we had the California Spirits Grant Program. Winter, we had NCAS, and then sort of preparing the students for internships, if that's the path they want to take in 2026, right? So aside from all the classes that they're taking, this is sort of the path that we've created in case they want to walk that path so that they're ready for a summer internship, if that's what they want to do. Okay. So, yeah. And this is just thank you, definitely thank you to Professor Burns, Professor Blanton, everyone in India, Jessica Lambiers, Job Gonzalez with the printing, the last minute printing, Steve the Man Mac, our administrative assistant, President Val Martinez Garcia, Congressman Raul Ruiz, the foundation. So we got certificates from Congressman Raul Ruiz, Alicia Baturan Cortez from NASA headquarters, obviously, and then the whole NASA team as well. And I don't know if I went too fast, but I think I got questions here. And again, if you want to ask questions, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think the kids here should be the ones.
Chairman, I have a question for them. I would like to know where you're from. Are any of you graduating? And just some words of the program. Thank you. Just what's your major?
I'm born in Germany. My parents moved me back here to the States, so I kind of moved around Southern California. But I mostly grew up down here, so I'm from the Valley, and I'm getting ready to graduate next week.
Congratulations.
Hello, I'm Monique Tapia. I'll be graduating next week as well. I'm like my background, so I'm from Lebanon. I grew up in the Middle East, and I moved here for COD. And I had getting emotional. But I had a really great experience with NCAS. I'll be doing an internship in San Diego at General Atomics Laboratory this summer, and yeah.
Hi, I'm Emmanuel, and I was actually born here in Palm Desert, although my parents are from Mexico, so I'm Hispanic. So I am Hispanic, so it's pretty nice to live here, and I've been here my entire life. And honestly, this experience was so much fun, and I loved it a lot. I'm not graduating till next year, but if I were to graduate, I would probably want to go to UC San Diego, and that would be probably my best experience there. And yeah, just thanks so much for the experience, and I'm really excited for what's coming up.
Hi, my name is Aiden Richardson. I'm transferring to UC Santa Cruz this year. I'm majoring in computer engineering. I grew up in Orange County. I lived in San Diego for a few years, but I've been here for about 7 years now. And yeah, NCAS was by far the best thing I've ever done here at COD. It was really just an amazing experience. I had a great team here. I have a lot of them here, actually. And yeah, I just really want to thank Perez and Blanton, everyone that helped put it on. It was really fantastic.
Hi, I'm Nathaniel Covington. I was born in South Carolina, but I've lived in the Valley since I was 8 years old, going to Truman Elementary and then Rancho Mirage High School. And I've been going to COD since 2020, so I've been here quite a while, but NCAS was probably one of the most important steps for me in my journey. Being able to take part in a STEM field project that is so hands-on was just amazing. And I'm going to be transferring to Santa Cruz this next fall.
Hello, my name is Christian Garcia, and I'm from here, Coachella Valley, born and raised. I entered around 2024, kind of after 4 years of working. I never really saw a career in engineering until recently when I reapplied to College of the Desert. And one of the most rewarding programs I've been able to join was NCAS, and before that, California Space Grant. For me, it's kind of offered me a visible career path and trajectory towards somewhere I didn't see myself before. So I found that one of the most rewarding things for me was the community I built and the network also from NCAS, because like he mentioned, we have a lot of classes together. It's just, we don't really get time to spend time and talk, but it was a good time to get to know each other and how we worked also.
Hello, King David Diaz, raised in the Coachella Valley, born in Indio. I left a few times. I came back to school as a form of therapy for military training injuries. I'm going to be the lifetime student. I think I graduate next year in engineering, and NCAS was a fantastic program. Thank you to everyone that participated and provided the necessary resources.
Good morning. My name is Mauro, and I was born in Palm Springs, but I grew up most of my life in Jalisco, Mexico. And I just want to say that NCAS gave me a great opportunity to get hands-on with what I really wanted. I was able to do things that I wouldn't have been able to do before, like the rovers and space-related things. I wouldn't know where to start if it wasn't for NCAS. And I'm majoring in computer science, bachelor's degree in computer science at San Bernardino, CSUSB, and computer information systems at College of the Desert.
Thank you.
Our students.
Are there any others? Thank you for your introductions, and we wish you success in all of your endeavors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was great.
Ooh. Want a break or do- got it? Okay, we'll move on in our agenda to study sessions 20.01 sabbaticals update. President Martinez Garcia, will you please help facilitate this item?
Yes, I'd like to call on Vice President Cowden to introduce our presenters.
Perfect, thank you. And I'd like to present Dr. Jones Cage, and she's a psychology and human services, alcohol and drug faculty.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Jones Cage, and I'm first of all, want to say thank you very much for allowing me to take a sabbatical, fall of 24 to spring of 25. I spent that year doing a deep dive in reference to a course I teach, human services to alcohol drug studies, HSID 36, which is counseling diverse populations. I wanted to learn more about what's going on currently in the field in terms of treatment, innovation, in in terms of treatment and reaching out to certain populations. And some of the populations that are underrepresented or underfunded, there it is, yay. Okay, here we go. I try to pick places where people weren't really talking too much about them. So I wanted to share that now. Let's see. What button do I push here? Sorry. Okay. Forward. Yes, I'm gonna go forward. There we go. Oh, I think we might be okay. So again, I've been teaching HSED 36 for several years. I started here in 2007 as adjunct, and I've been here since then. But prior to that, I also taught at Palo Verde College in Blythe. And so I've been teaching this curriculum for a long time, and I just didn't have really good time to really see what's going on in the field currently. So I wanted to do that. So the goal is, it's a lot here, but we have to be accredited with several organizations that really want us to know about different populations coming into treatment. And I wanted to make sure that our students are well equipped. And I think our students are very well equipped. We have a great team, and I just wanted to do more to learn about what's going on. So some of the groups I looked at were people, gender expression was one category, sexual orientation another. One that's very underrepresented is neurodiverse, and that's a huge umbrella right now because that includes people with mental illness to people with Asperger's to people with different issues that are based on neurological alterations. And so I really woefully unrepresented in the research, but I thought I'd touch on that. So the purpose of this tool that I developed, or the document I developed, was to give to our HSAD students to kind of get them talking, get them thinking about this area, as well as there's a chapter in the book not a book, but in the product I produced that really helps them develop discussion sessions because our students actually go into treatment centers and as interns, and they're going to be leading groups. And one of the things they need to do is develop some prompts. And I help them. That chapter is on how to develop prompts that get the clients engaged and talking about themselves. Because the major thing about treatment and recovery is to kind of get yourself back. Because substance abuse takes yourself away. It takes you in a direction they probably didn't ever plan to get in, and they're lost. And so recovery might mean tapping into your identity and who you really are and who you really want to be. And part of that for many people is to just get their ethnicity, their gender, their community, whatever they want to latch onto. We don't want to tell them that, of course, but because people have intersection with a lot of different identities, but something that they can hold on to and move forward with. It's not trying to differentiate people, but just hold on to them and get them to really care about who they are and tap into that. So that's what the goal of this product was. So I just want to show some of the groups were, another group that's very unrepresented in the research was the elderly. And, but we have a lot on people, certain groups had more things generated about than others. Incarcerated populations, there's quite a bit of research on them, but sometimes they're a captive audience, literally. So the fact is that there's more to be done here, and I just was really excited to do this project, and I'm, again, very thankful. So I generated a product that I was going to use, can be used for this population. Excuse me, this class, HSCD 36. They have our textbook and that curriculum, but I wanted to create something they can also use. That's actually a live document that can be edited and altered along the way as more research comes around. So I have different things. And again, I wanted to thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to take the time to do this. And I hope it's something that my students can appreciate. Any questions or comments? Sorry.
Any questions? I really appreciated the portions where you focused on the underserved. I used to work in this area. Matter of fact, at the Betty Ford Center for a long, long time. It was really interesting. The dominant population and culture, they adjust and benefit tremendously from the program.
Yes.
Minorities who came through went in one door, out the other.
Well, a lot of the research I found on certain groups is retention. They may get into treatment, but they don't stay.
Yeah.
And so they don't feel comfortable. And one group, it's interesting, African Americans tend to come in, stay for a little while and actually leave earlier than they should. Hispanic as well, and women with children, another group that comes, but if they can't bring their children or the children aren't close by or they don't have access to that, they tend to leave early. And really the process of recovery and treatment is to stay, is to really benefit, is to build new community and new skills so they can live, because it's a matter of life and death.
Yes.
Another group is elderly. I don't want to go on too long, but elderly actually feel kind of out of place in some treatment centers. And also some of the activities designed, they may not be able to participate in and things like that. So there's interesting differences. And I was telling my students the other night that we really need treatment centers that maybe target or focus on the elderly, that really pace things a little differently and have activities they can more likely participate in. As well as another group, I could go on.
Yes.
Don't want to do that. But one group that was the neurodiverse is another one.
Yes.
Some interesting research on these people. We have a lot of people self-reporting and being diagnosed with autism.
Yeah.
And one concern with that group is at universities, one study I found is substances can help them feel more socially accepted sometime and can lead to some issues. So there's a lot of really interesting pathways that I tell my students they need to take and get their master's degrees.
And the
Find out more.
people who are dual diagnosed.
Absolutely. There's
You know,
probably about 80% of
it's-
the population typically.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
really, can be really confusing for a lot of people. So I really appreciate your study. Any others?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for the opportunity.
If you can, will you introduce Professor Edwin Reed to present his report?
Yes, please, we have Professor Ed Reed. He's a professor in communications. Sorry.
Communication.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
We do not have a communications department. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. When starting work on the course Unlocking the Potential of Artificial Intelligence in Education for my sabbatical, I was reminded of an episode of the television program The Simpsons, in which the local newspaper featured a photo of Grandpa Simpson, fist raised in anger at the sky, captioned "Old Man Yells at Cloud," which accurately reflected my own posture regarding the threats and promises of artificial intelligence prior to taking the course. And while my sabbatical work covered various themes essential to my professional growth, in the interest of time, I've chosen to focus on one of the most pressing issues facing us as educators, artificial intelligence, which presents opportunities and obviously challenges to both faculty and students. Several weeks ago, my Spanish tutor presented me with an activity regarding antonyms and emotions that I later told her I greatly enjoyed, to which she responded conspiratorially that it had been created with the help of AI. As instructors, we strive to teach our students well, but sometimes struggle with adapting our methodologies to younger and younger generations of students who may learn in different ways than we did when we were in their shoes, a problem which AI will greatly ameliorate. In this course, I experimented with creating new rubrics, assignments, assessments, and activities. Various other courses I took during my sabbatical included components related to content presentation and course design. I am excited by the results and look forward to incorporating them into my courses going forward. And while AI holds great potential to faculty as educators, it also offers a wealth of opportunities to students as learners as well. First, students can benefit from using AI to enhance their learning experience in various ways, but must be taught how to use it effectively and ethically. The challenges presented by AI to the communication professor are unique in that while students can use AI to research and write a speech and plagiarize them both, they still have to drag their terrified carcasses up to the front of the room and make words come out of their mouths, an obstacle that even AI has not been able to surmount as of yet. Just last month, one of my students, a Swedish foreign exchange student by the name of Linus, asked me for help in selecting a topic for his informative speech. I later jotted down some ideas, and then I thought to myself, why am I doing this? And why am I not having AI do this? And why am I not telling him to have AI do it for his own purposes? And I did a cursory search. I printed out some ideas, and then I told him he could use them as a jumping off point and use AI to refine and enhance the search results even further. And thus was a new assignment and activity born for my public speaking class. We will be able to use it for a variety of different things for our students, to brainstorm, to research and refine topics, to scaffold when they need assistance outside of class, to understand speech mechanics, to perfect delivery skills and come up with creative ideas for all aspects of their presentation. And that is literally just off the top of my head when I created this little presentation. However, it will be the job of the instructor to teach students how to use AI, how to use AI ethically and how to fine-tune the subsequent results. In this fashion, in the same way that digital literacy has defined educational pedagogy for the last 20 years, AI literacy will come to define the next 20 years and beyond. And you'll notice I didn't dedicate much time to discussing the dangers and pitfalls posed by AI, of which every person in this room is surely already aware and which my sabbatical work also covered in substantial detail. Many faculty, including myself, initially responded to the threat posed by artificial intelligence by banning its use, a move akin to Grandpa Simpson threatening that cloud in the sky. In the end, it only made him look foolish. It didn't bother the cloud at all.
Any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much for your presentation. Did you uncover anything in speech making in regards to know thy audience and AI? I always wanted to know that because we give, as public officials, we're always giving speeches. We have the 5 minute, the 10 minute. And I'm so curious to know, how will AI know thy audience? Are we going to have the technology that you just put a scan or?
I mean, that is certainly a possibility. One of my colleagues, Carl Christman, is experimenting and has been experimenting the last few semesters with an app that is specifically focused on helping students to create better outlines, to get feedback on those outlines. So the scaffolding part is obviously something that is going to be very, very helpful. But, you know, I'm continuing to get written work from students that is obviously generated by AI. And so that is something that, you know, I know we're going to struggle with that. I'm really excited about the prospect of what we're going to be doing in the Palm Springs campus. I think Donna Green is doing some fantastic work on that. And since I have all of the decision makers here, I've asked Dean Dozier to give me an office over in Palm Springs. I would love to be a part of that. And I would also love to teach more public speaking classes. As you know, it's a requirement for graduation, and we don't yet have critical mass over there. So we need to start building both a faculty and a pool of students who are going to want to be taking courses over there. The accelerator is just the cherry on top of the sundae for that, for me.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had did you get any chance to research like which tools are more adequate in identifying what students are using AI, whether it's you know, their second language or international students, because some are more prone to think the students using AI when the reality is they're not.
There are literally thousands of apps, and I did do, you know, a lot of research. It was actually quite a fun course to engage in. And a lot of the apps, to be honest with you, are kind of in their infancy. You know, I think it was Bill Gates who once, you know, said, well, you know, what stage of development are we in? The wild west of using computers and using AI? And he said, no, we're in infancy when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I haven't noticed that. I can't really speak to whether or not students are using those for that purpose, but it's certainly something that I think there is a market for, and I think would certainly be helpful for our student population.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Reed. Are there any others? Then thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, moving on to our agenda to item 20.02, Ed Site's Basic Needs and College Score. President Martinez Garcia, please facilitate this item.
Yes, I'd like to introduce our presenters today, specifically to start with VP Amanda Phillips.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be presenting here with Jocelyn Vargas, the Director of the Basic Needs Center. And we are going to discuss Ed Sites, our Basic Needs Center, and the College Core program. And we'll get started with the Ed Sites portion. All right. So, you can go next. Oh, is there? Where is it? All right. So we are in our second year of using the product called Ed Sites Retain. So this is a conversational AI that interacts with students over text specifically, and it interacts only with students who are currently enrolled, right? So this is the retention portion of Ed Sites. We receive alerts sent immediately to our employees when you know, there are certain concerns about that communication. We are provided with opportunities to follow up. We're constantly monitoring risk level for our groups of students and individual students, and it also provides annually a student voice score, which is essentially a survey. And we'll go a little bit deeper into all those. So right now, 96% of students are receiving the text. So that's only 4% students opted out of receiving the texts. 46% of the students are being actively texting with Rodney, right? So 46% of those students have texted back, which is kind of interesting. And so over the last 12 months, Rodney has received 50,801 texts from COD students. The students can text at any time, but the texts are often triggered by campaigns. So right here, we have a list of several campaigns that were provided this semester with their dates and the number of students who were contacted. You'll notice the number changes because we constantly update the list of students who are receiving the text based on their enrollment, right? So as students withdraw or as students add classes, they become part of the list. So you can see it goes up. Fortunately, we have more students adding than withdrawing in the middle of the semester. All right, so those, in addition to the standard sort of campaigns, we have follow-up campaigns. So I want to discuss these 3 follow-up campaigns. These are follow-ups to campaigns that were provided in the fall. So in the fall, we asked students if they were experiencing housing or food insecurity. In the fall, 185 students responded in the positive. Then that gave us an opportunity to follow up with those students. So in the spring, we text those students again to see were we successful in addressing their issue. At that point, 12 students were still experiencing housing insecurity and 13 students are still experiencing food insecurity. And Jocelyn's reaching out to those, she already reached out to those students, right? But again, it provides us this information. The similar for supporting a family member, 114 students said yes in the fall. 3 students are still struggling with that. And then for students saying they don't feel like they have a support system at College of the Desert, we had 40 students say that they felt that way in the fall, and then 3 students still felt that way in the spring. We don't like that any students are feeling that way, but again, this tool gives us an opportunity to identify students who are feeling that way and then reach out and attempt to make that better. So here's a deeper dive into our most recent campaign, which was the persistence campaign. So 2,500 students responded to that campaign. 358 of those students said they weren't sure about returning in the fall, and 147 students said they definitely weren't coming back. Each of those are a report that I can download and send to counseling. And so counseling goes through, they actually can read the responses of the students. So in those 147 students, some of that was excellent news. Why aren't you coming back? I'm transferring, I'm graduating, you know, good stuff that we're not going to call them and say, hey, you should come back. But some of them, it was something that we might be able to help them with, right? And same thing with those 358 students. So we provide to the counselors a list of these students who said they're not sure if they're going to come back. And a counselor reaches out and sees if there's a way that we can help them come back if that's what they want, right? And then our student voice score. So this is a survey that is designed by EdSites and delivered annually, and it's delivered to all of their participating colleges and universities. So we only have one because we only have one complete year, but we'll get a new one pretty soon. But in our first student voice score, I want to report that College of the Desert did extremely well, right? So 1,457 students responded. Of those, 71% of the students had positive answers. They're considered promoters from the survey. 20% were just passive and 9% were distractors. They're students who are not happy with us. Our overall score was 61. The national average is 24. So again, we sometimes focus, man, we want those 9% to be happy, but we did do okay. The student groups, they give us a disaggregated list. And so the student groups who were the most happy with College of the Desert are the students receiving support from DSPS or Disabled Students Programs and Services, who rated us at 100. And the second most satisfied group were Hispanic and Latino students who rated us at 85. And then I'm going to hand it over to Jocelyn.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So I have the privilege of sharing with you an update on basic needs services. So we'll just jump in. But basic needs services really are a centralized location for students to get access to resources both off campus and on campus. Our goal really is to connect them to services to ensure that they have the support long-term to achieve their goals. Some of the ways that we've, some of the tools we've utilized to inform our services include participating in the Real College for California Basic Needs. We've done this for 2 years now, 2023 and 2025. And I think it's no surprise that the 3 areas of high need for community college students continue to include food, access to housing, and transportation. So we really utilize that information to inform the services that we've been providing. I like to share this visual representation. It's not a comprehensive by any means of the services that we provide at College of the Desert, but it really shows the web of resources both on campus and off campus that we leverage to support our students. So, we promote the $5 book rental, we have Roadrunner Express, and then we do have partnerships that we've been working to establish with nonprofit organizations to provide some services that we just don't have the ability to provide. One area that we've really been working on, and when we launched in 2022, was really working with Fine Food Bank to launch 2 on-campus pantries. We have one at Palm Desert and Indio. We've had very consistent hours, Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 4:30. Students are able to access the pantries once a week, take up to 15 pounds of food. This past fall, we just opened a micro pantry at the Mecca Thermal campus, which was really great. We've gotten some great items, including like egg and yogurt. So we've been opening the pantry 1 day of the week and just starting to get promotion for the services. At our West Valley sites, Palm Springs and DHS, we've been offering food distributions as well. We know that these services are not, we can't meet the entire need of the students, right? And so we do offer supplemental grocery carts for students who are in high need. And through our partnerships, we're pushing students to get connected to CalFresh to provide that additional supports to students. One thing through our pantries here at Palm Desert, we do have a clothing closet. We get a lot of donations from community members, staff as well, to be able to provide that service for our students. I want to speak a little bit about our public-private partnership with Fine Food Bank. These conversations started a little bit prior, I think, to COVID. And unfortunately, COVID happened. But in 2022, we were able to leverage a grant, College Core, and I'll speak a little bit to it at the end. But this really allowed us to leverage that partnership and establish the on-campus pantries. So right now, Fine Food Bank is providing technical assistance to staff to be able to provide these services on campus. They help us stock the pantries, and they also serve as a host site for our fellows, so providing workforce development and training for our students. They also provide a community health worker, so that person is on campus assisting with applying to CalFresh or Section 8. There's a number of resources in the community, and so that staff member is on campus to provide that service. That partnership has been so great that we launched a partnership with to address our housing needs as well. Housing has been a significant challenge for our students, just in general for Coachella Valley families. And so in 2024, we did launch an MOU with Jewish Family Services of San Diego County. We really initiated that partnership to start referring and learn what are some of the needs for our students. Last year, we were able to expand and strengthen that partnership. And so now we have a dedicated full-time case manager that supports our COD students. That case manager provides case management support, so they connect students to other resources in the community. Through this partnership, we've also been able to help students with paying for rental assistance, utility assistance, students who are chronically unhoused, be able to support them with the deposit and rent. To date, we've had over 100 students referred to Jewish Family Services. So this partnership really means students are getting housed, students are staying housed, and they're paying for their electricity, right? So very critical services that they're providing. The last thing I'll mention about basic needs, we are also supporting transportation. We do promote the Roadrunner Express. We also have the Sunline Transit bus pass that's available for students. And in addition, to kind of fill some of the gaps maybe for students who face an emergency, we have gas carts and Uber carts as well. And the last thing I'll mention, technology. Our library offers access to laptops on campus. And so in order to support the need for students, we just recently purchased additional laptops to support the library with those services. It's just a little bit of breakdown of the numbers and services that we have on campus. Okay, and then College Course. So I'm really excited to share the work that we've been doing for the last, I think we're now going into our 5th year. We just secured a 3-year renewal. So it's a grant for $2.5 million that will be coming in. We really see this as a strategy for basic needs services, right? So this is an initiative through the Office of the Governor's Office with 3 goals in mind. So 1, to create a generation of civic-minded leaders. 2, address support college students in graduating on time and with less debt. And coming out of COVID, addressing some of the societal challenges that are impacting our community. So for us, our primary focus was really around food insecurity. Basically, the program, you commit to do a year of service for 150 hours, and you can get up to $10,000 in return for that commitment. This has been a really great program for our students. It's really allowed students to have access to income, but as well for a professional leadership opportunity. I do want to note that we're still accepting applications, so any student that's still interested, we keep the application open until we fill all the seats. And this is an opportunity that's open for undocumented AB 540 students. The reason I share that I consider this as a strategy for basic needs as well. So just to give you a sense of what this program has supported, the last 3 years, it has resulted in $1.3 million going back directly to students. And our renewal has the potential of investing $1.7 million back into students as well. I don't know if we have time for the video, but I did add a video and it just shows, some of the great work from students. This video was created by one of our students, and it just gives you kind of an idea of why students join, right? The $10,000 is great, but I think once they join, they really realize that community service and giving back to the community is a great endeavor, right? Oh. And the last thing I'll share, we've been working on launching Fresh Success. It is a program through, I want to get it right. It's through the foundation office, the California Foundation. But essentially, this program provides students who are on CalFresh with the opportunity to get additional supports, reducing some of the barriers to ensure that they're gaining employability skills and completing their degrees. This program, you do have to be on CalFresh and be part of one of the 3 programs that we selected. So that includes English as a second language non-credit, high school diploma GED, and our career and technical education program. So those are 2 of the main requirements for students to participate. Essentially, through this program, those students will be able to get additional supports, including more monitored case management, helping them through the process of their program, and then ensuring that they're gaining some of those skills to secure a job, essentially. How this helps the district is that we are able to claim up to 45% reimbursement. So it's really helping us maximize our dollars to be able to reinvest into our students and provide them with those supports. So we have started doing a soft launch. So hoping by summer we'll be up and running to be able to promote and encourage more students to be part of it. Okay. That's the last slide for me.
We can answer questions or attempt to.
Okay, questions?
Thank you. So thank you so much, Jocelyn, for presenting this. This is dear to my heart, something. And I want to commend again, President Joel Kinnaman, when I was on the board along with Trustee Perez, when we started the food pantry. This is so critical to the success and support of our students. Something that I just got a student yesterday and they came up to me and they said, I have been here 3 years. I never knew about College Corp. I would love to see that little chart in their orientation. So when they first come to the college, they know that they have that option of signing up because they meet with the counselor and they tell them, I would love something like you could do College Corp. We have a food pantry. Do we have that in place?
We do. I know that when students are incoming our high school visit days, we do include our flyer in the packet as part of the packet. I don't know if it's
But actually in our orientation.
I don't know if it's the orientation.
Yeah.
It's not in the online orientation. It's included in the high school visit days and the welcome day.
But when you enter College of the Desert, We tell them about financial aid. I would love to see that added to them. We're not, we have this for you. I think it would be wonderful, Val, to have that. And a student came up to me and he said, I never knew, I've been here 3 years, I never heard of it. So as we push financial aid, I would love to see, we have this food pantry for you and we have College Corp during the orientation. And second, I would love to see, and I will give you the name, Val, of another partner that could, not, we don't want to just do partnerships with have one resource. I would love to bring a contact that I have to help with more food to our district. So opening more partnerships with other corporations, just not just in case Find has they give it to all of us, but if there's a crisis going on, we need to have other partnerships with Albertsons Corporation or other corporations that can be of help. Thank you.
Any others?
I have a question,
Yes.
more of a comment. I just wanted to thank Jocelyn and her team and anybody else that supports all these programs, the foundation. I recently had help and support from the Jewish Family Services of San Diego. The case manager, Travis, helped me out. I was in need of utilities and rent, and it was a streamlined process. It helped me focus and not worry so much and continue to focus on my education. So that was very helpful, and it was amazing. And thank you so much for the work that you do.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know on the ed sites, what can we do to improve the connection with the students?
I think, we're still learning how to use ed sites. We have started following up using those reports. That does take a lot of staff time, but that's what we're putting our next sort of we're investing in the staff in order to address the reports that are coming from ed sites. We are also about to launch a second ed sites product. So the product that we have working right now is called Retain, and it only communicates with students who are in classes. And again, these campaigns are not, we don't have to create these campaigns. They have the researchers. Dr. Tinto is one of their advisors. He kind of created these campaigns focused on student engagement. But the other product is Admit. So we are launching a product that will communicate with students after they've applied, but before they've registered for classes, to take them through and support them through that process. That is certainly a place where we lose students, right? And so that's our next focus, is being better at providing those students with information.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because Trustee Meyer and I were looking at another program to focus more on the recruitment and pre-admissions. So I'm really glad to hear that. What do you need from us to ensure that success?
Go ahead.
You're looking toward Val, I see.
We need resources. I think, one of the perpetual issues of being in student services is that our budget is almost primarily categorical for structural reasons. The college can't just pour money into student services. It's just not an option from the general fund. And so we are always seeking grants and community partnerships and categorical funds where we're begging the state, make a special fund just for us so that it doesn't get stuck in this structure. So we are working with those constraints, but doing the best we can to add staff. What we need to do to really reach our students is reach our students as humans, and that means more humans.
If I could add, from a policy perspective, it's contributed, what Amanda's saying continues with our advocacy of modifying the 50% law because we have to pour so much into the other side of the house, the instruction side of the house. It really hampers our ability to pour money into social support services, which are vital for students to continue. And so it really is a state policy that we have to modernize. I didn't say get rid of, so make sure that everyone knows that. I said we have to modernize it to fit today's student and today's need.
Just want to thank you guys and thank you for putting as a future agenda item. This is something that it's important for the students and even more important for the future. So I want to thank you for doing that.
I also wanted to just add that I know that the foundation is working really hard on getting more unrestricted funds so that there's, potentially a bigger cap on emergency requests from 500 to 1,000. But they're really working on that and that's amazing. And yeah, I'm very thankful for them.
That was, that was really good.
Where's the sabbatical presentation?
Okay, public comments.
Why?
Yes, we have a request for a public comment from a member of the public, Angelina Benavides.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome.
Before I begin, is it okay if I provide a printout of supplemental information to the Board of Trustees?
You pass it to the clerk.
Okay.
And he'll distribute them.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelina Benavides. I'm a representative from the Indio High School Agriculture Boosters Program. So we support the Future Farmers of America program over on Indio High School. So I'm an Indio High School alumni, class of 2019. I graduated from Cal Poly Pomona in 2023. And I'm here today to bring an urgent situation to your attention. So that will be the information that's passed out to you. So the Indio High School principal, Monica Rodriguez, has announced that the Indio High School Future Farmers America program will no longer continue once the school year ends. I believe this should be brought to your attention due to College of the Desert offering agriculture courses and being a major supporter of local high schools through the Pledge program. This program is a 50-year-old program. It is the oldest program offered at Indio High School, and it's a very grave matter that it will not be offered in the following school year. Besides the educational side, I believe it is important for us to support the local future of agriculture. This factor is especially important due to Coachella Valley being the largest agriculture production area in the entire county. For more information, you can reach out to the principal, Monica Rodriguez, or you can email me any questions or concerns, or you can ask me following this statement, or you can send emails to the ihsagboosters@gmail.com. And also, we will be present at the Desert Sands board meeting next Tuesday, May 19th at 7 p.m. So you are more than welcome to join us in supporting our cause. Thank you.
And thank you for the information.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I hope to see you guys there.
And we have another public comment via Zoom. Patricia Reyes, college staff member.
Okay.
Oh, can't hear anything. Patricia Reyes. Patricia Reyes, okay, hold up right now.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, everyone. My name is Patricia Reyes. I work at Fiscal Services and help run the Employee Transportation Program, also known as the Rideshare Program. I'll be reporting on the METS results for fall 2025. By the way, METS stands for My Employee Transportation Survey. I've been wanting to add this report to the agenda without success. As such, I'm reporting in the public comments. The mandated annual transportation survey looks at how our team gets to work during the busy morning hours. Before diving into the numbers, I want to give a massive thank you to everyone who helped get this survey completed. Hitting a 91% response rate takes a village, and we couldn't have done it without the incredible support from IT, HR, payroll, our admins and office assistants, supervisors across campus, and the president's office, as well as our IE commuter support team. Thank you all for pushing this across the finish line. Because of that high turnout, our data is incredibly solid, and the big takeaway is that our employees' daily choices are making a massive measurable difference for our environment. Let's look at the numbers. The survey and response rate. We track commute habits during the peak 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. window. Out of 396 employees, 359 share their data. That 91% response rate easily beats the 60% minimum requirement. Because of that high turnout, we have a very accurate picture without having to guess for missing responses. Cutting down on drive-alone trips. During the survey week, which was the week of October the 13th to the 17th, 2025, our 396 employees made 1,464 commute trips, but only 1,062 vehicles actually came to campus. That means we kept 402 drive-alone trips off the road that week alone. Over a full year, that adds up to 20,000 avoided drive-alone trips. Stats for that week. Telecommuting. 34 online teaching faculty skipped the commute entirely, cutting out 172 trips. Carpooling and vanpooling. We packed 132 individual trips into just 58 vehicles, cutting out 74 drive-alone trips. Electric car and fuel cell cars. Employees chose clean energy for 68 morning trips. Buses and trains. Public transit took care of 32 trips. Walking and biking. Active commuting brought in 23 zero-emission trips. Flexible schedules. Compressed work weeks and off-site setups removed another 33 trips. Environmental wins. By cutting out those 20,000 drive-alone trips a year, we are saving a lot of mileage. Telecommuting alone cuts nearly 8,000 miles a week, or about 394,000 miles a year. When you add up the carpools, transit, and EVs, we are keeping 200 to 240 metric tons of CO2 out of the air annually. To put that into perspective, it is like taking 45 gas cars off the road for a year, or letting 9,000 mature trees absorb carbon. The wrap-up is the Met shows measurable win for cleaner air in the Coachella Valley. These results show that the small everyday choices of our employees really add up. By keeping 20,000 solo trips off our local roads every year, College of the Desert is doing its part to keep the air clean across the Coachella Valley. Thanks again to all the departments that helped make the survey a success. And thank you for your time. I hope you have a great weekend.
And thank you. Are there any other?
We have no additional requests.
Thank you. Move to item 22, future agenda. Trustee Fowl. Trustee Kennedy. Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Items I would like, an item to be discussed is at the conferences that we go to at ACCT and the California Community College League, I would like, if we could showcase the programs such as our NASA program and also our, paramedic program. We do phenomenal jobs, or any programs that we can showcase for the upcoming conferences. I think it would be putting the College of the Desert and showcasing the great work we all do. Thank you.
Would the
Asking
I'm
the superintendent to look at them.
Yeah, let's look at the different programs that we can bring up to present at a panel of a future conference.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any, okay. Trustee Miller,
I have nothing at this time.
trustee Burnett. And now. Okay. At this time, we will recess into closed session. 12:45.
Check, baby, check, baby.
We'll reconvene into open session. There was no reportable action taken at 1:44. We are now open, no action taken, and we'll move on in our agenda to item number 25, which is our adjournment. I will now adjourn the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees at 1:40. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to, huh? 5.